Chapter 1741. Yu Huan did not say a word in the center of the formation. He had already given Gu Chuan full authority to handle the peace talks, because he knew that once he interfered, he would definitely get into an argument with the people of the Three-World Island. At that time, the situation would become very bad. He was a patient person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Gu Chuan over at a time like this. However, when he heard Lu Ye's words, he still couldn't hold himself back. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Wishful thinking!" He and Jiang were the only two Yu Yao left on Baiwa Island. If they died, the thousands of constellations on Baiwa Island would be like a sheet of loose sand. Moreover, Lu Yi actually wanted them to remove the defenses of the central region. If they did that, wouldn't they be putting their necks under the butcher's knife? Wouldn't their lives be in the hands of the enemy? The defenses of the central region were the foundation of their survival. Yu Huan was furious, but his heart was also filled with sorrow. How did things get to this point? 2 months ago, when Baiwa Island was still at its peak, besides him and Jiang'an, there was still junior brother Wang, Chu Zhu, Lu Yu, junior sister Meng, and Su Yiming. However, 2 months ago, junior brother Wang had been killed by Lu Yi. Chu Zhu had also been killed at some unknown time. In today's battle, Lu Yu, junior sister Meng, and Su Yiming had died one after another. 5 Yu Yao had died tragically, and 800 constellations had perished. The glory that had lasted for 800 years had been destroyed in a single day. At this moment, Yu Huan was filled with regret for getting involved in Three-World Island affairs. If they hadn't ambushed Tang Jun back then, none of this would have happened. Regret was useless. Now, only anger and grievance remained. As soon as Yu Huan finished speaking, Gu Chuan suddenly turned to look at him. The smile on his face had disappeared, and his expression had turned cold. "Do you want to talk, or should I?" Yu Huan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He avoided Lu Ye's gaze. Gu Chuan slowly turned to look at Lu Yi. He smiled again. "I was asked to do this by someone. I also want to complete this matter beautifully. Fellow Taoist Lu, please don't blame me. However, your suggestion just now was a little too much." "Then there's nothing to talk about." Lu Yi slowly shook his head. "Let's not jump to conclusions yet." Gu Chuan chuckled. "Look, Baiwa Island's side has retreated to the center. Although there isn't much space to move around here, the defensive power of this place cannot be underestimated. Fellow Daoist subordinates have attacked this defensive grand formation before, so you should know how tough it is. The defense of the center isn't any weaker than the defensive grand formation. If fellow Daoist wants to attack it by force, it wouldn't be a wise move." Lu Yi raised his arms and said, "I have 1,000 constellations and can form 300 formations. We can attack in batches and take turns. No matter how strong this defense is, it will be broken one day." "What about the losses?" Gu Chuan asked. "Fellow Daoist, have you considered this? The people of Baiwa Island won't just take a beating and not fight back. As the defending side, they have the advantage. Fellow Daoist, you don't want your own cultivators to suffer any casualties, right?" Lu Yi said indifferently, "This is war. Casualties are inevitable, be it me or any cultivator of the 3 realms. We are all prepared to die here." Gu Chuan frowned. He suddenly realized that Lu Yi was very determined to kill them all. He wouldn't be easily swayed by a few words from him. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Fellow Daoist, you might not know, but your 3 realms island has been captured." "So what?" Lu Yi indeed didn't know about this, because no one had sent him a message to report it. However, he had expected this to happen. There wasn't a single person on 3 realms island. Only the bewildering formation was in effect. It was just for show. Anyone who attacked it would be able to take it down quickly. Although 3 realms island and Baiwa Island are both high-grade spiritual islands, in terms of value, 3 realms island is undoubtedly more valuable. Although the other side has captured Three Realms Island. They haven't had the time to set up defenses on the island. If fellow Taoist leads your troops back now, I believe that with the power of this battle, the other side will definitely flee. Then, fellow Taoist can reclaim Three Realms Island without any effort. However, if you delay for too long and allow the other side to set up their defenses, it'll be hard to say. Lu Yi said indifferently, there are only 1,000 cultivators in the Three Realms. This Baiwet Island is very good. It's enough for the cultivators of the Three Realms to station. Although Three Realms Island is good, it's too spacious to station 1,000 people there. We don't need it. Gu Chuan was speechless. He suddenly realized that this young man was really stubborn. Gu Chuan seemed to want to say something, but Lu Yi interrupted him rudely. Fellow Taoist Gu, there's no need to say anything more. Please retreat. Otherwise, when the battle starts, you'll be splashed with blood. Gu Chuan was from the Yellow Dragon realm. That was why Lu Yi had spoken to him for a while. After all, he still had to make a living on the 10,000 manifestations see in the future. It wasn't good to offend the people of the Yellow Dragon realm. Now that Lu Yi had made his stance clear, if Gu Chuan really didn't have a stance, he wouldn't continue to pester Lu Yi. Gu Chuan pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. Then I won't say anything more. Farewell. He cupped his fists and really left just like that. Lu Yi raised his head and looked ahead. His gaze met Yu Huan's, and he said coldly, Yu Huan, you didn't think this day would come when you ambushed the Yu Yao of the Three Realms, did you? Yu Huan gritted her teeth and didn't answer. Lu Yi shouted loudly, although the Three Realms come from a remote and desolate place, we're not people who can be bullied by just anyone. The cultivators of the Three Realms have established themselves on the 10,000 manifestations, see, with only one purpose, revenge. As soon as he finished speaking, he commanded, attack! Many Yu Yao who were watching from afar heard Lu Ye's voice. Some couldn't help but laugh. Some looked at him with disdain, and some snorted disdainfully. However, everyone knew that Lu Yi wasn't just saying this to Yu Huan. He was also saying this to the Yu Yao who were watching the battle. The Three Realms Island obviously wanted to use this battle to show the world that they weren't easy to bully. If anyone dared to have any ideas about the Three Realms Island in the future, they'd better think about what happened to Baiwa Island. Actually, Lu Yi had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Although he didn't seem to care much about the unparalleled island being taken away, he was actually very angry. He had used the minor constellation palace to create the unparalleled island. Chu Xin had built it for him, but it had been taken away by the Tianyan realm just because it had transformed into a top-grade spiritual island. In fact, Old Tang would have almost died in that battle if Chu Xin hadn't protected him. With the unparalleled island as an example, when he had built the minor constellation palace under the Three Realms Island, he had deliberately adjusted the minor constellation palace's power. He was afraid that it would take effect too quickly. In the end, he hadn't adjusted it properly. After the Three Realms Island transformed into a top-grade spiritual island, it had been targeted by others. Behind them was the shadow of the Vientiane star system, Rizhao. When the unparalleled island was taken away, Lu Yi hadn't been there. There was nothing he could do. Now that he was in the Vientiane Sea, he couldn't let the same thing happen twice. Why should the spiritual island that he had painstakingly built be taken away by others? Did they think that the Three Realms Island was weak? Then he would show them. Whoever dared to extend their claws to the Three Realms Island would have their claws chopped off. Today's battle had happened in front of everyone. Tomorrow, the Three Realms Island's name would shake the Vientiane Sea. Outside the central area of the Baiwa Island, thousands of cultivators quickly formed 300 formations at Lu Ye's command. Under the protection of the Tiger Shark warships, they advanced a few dozen miles forward. Lu Yi roared, Yu Huan, I'll give you one last chance. Remove your defenses. I'll only kill the two of you, Yueyao. If you dare to resist, I'll kill everyone on your Baiwa Island. Yu Huan didn't respond. Only the central area took the initiative to launch a counterattack. The Three Realms constellations who had formed a defensive formation immediately stepped forward and blocked the attacks. In the next moment, the offensive formation behind the defensive formation started to show its power. Colorful lights covered the central area, causing the defensive formation there to ripple. Lu Yi only needed one glance to know that the defensive formation here was extremely tough. It was stronger than the island's protective formation. It wouldn't be easy to take it down. However, at this point, there was no way for the enemy to retreat. The Three Realms island wanted to flatten the Baiwe island. In order to protect themselves, the Baiwe island wouldn't easily compromise. However, the Three Realms island undoubtedly had the upper hand in this battle. The central area was limited. This led to the most direct problem. The Baiwe cultivators didn't have enough strength to counterattack. This was because most of the formations here were mainly defensive. At first, the Baiwe cultivators relied on the island's protective formation. The defensive line was very long and there was enough space. They could also set up many counterattacks. However, the central area was only so big. The things they could set up were very limited, not to mention thousands of people. Even if there were tens of thousands of people here, only a portion of them could be of use. Of course, if the Baiwe island really had tens of thousands of people, they didn't need to defend. They could just charge out. Although the second round of battle seemed very intense, it was actually very boring. After fighting for half a day, there wasn't a single casualty on either side. There was no need to talk about the Baiwe island. As long as the defensive formation wasn't broken, they wouldn't have to worry about their lives. As for the Three Realms island, just as Lu Yi and Gu Chuan said, 300 formations and 20 tiger shark battleships attacked in batches. Furthermore, half of them were used for defense. This allowed the Three Realms island to have a strong defensive force. Therefore, as long as the cultivators weren't completely exhausted, there wouldn't be any casualties. This was the first time that a battle for a spiritual island broke out after the Twin Chi connected spirit array was released on a large scale. The battle at the unparalleled island didn't count. This was because the defenses of the unparalleled island were too weak. After being attacked by the enemy, the defensive line was destroyed. However, it was different this time according to the rhythm of previous battles. At this time, the attacking side would definitely suffer great losses. This was because the strength of the constellations was limited. When resisting the counterattack from the defending side, there would always be times when their strength was not as strong as they wished. However, the Three Realms island didn't suffer any casualties. The biggest reason was because of the formations that were in charge of defense. A formation formed by 3 to 5 people couldn't be said to be unbreakable. However, it was very useful in the current battle. A small twin Chi connected spirit array indeed changed the situation of the battle between the cultivators in the Wancheng Sea. End of this chapter. Chapter 1742. The battle between the two high-grade spiritual islands was in full swing. The spectating cultivators watched the battle attentively and discussed in private. Yu Yao, who was with Brother Wu, said the three-world island side was so loud. I thought they had some kind of trump card. If they continue attacking like this, I'm afraid the three-world island will have to return in defeat. Brother Wu nodded and said that's right. Although it looks like they're evenly matched on the surface, the Baiwe island still has the advantage. They can rely on the defensive arrangements on the island and don't expend much of their own energy. On the other hand, the three-world island is exhausting their own energy with every attack. If this continues, the three-world island might not be able to hold on. They're still young and hot-headed. Yu Yao shook her head slowly. I think that Lu Yi is still young. It's not a bad thing to suffer a loss. He won't be so arrogant in the future. The two Yu Yao weren't the only ones who thought this way. Almost all the spectating cultivators thought the same. For a moment, they felt that the three-world island was in a difficult position. If they had known this would happen, they would have agreed to the other party's conditions when Gu Chuan was present. At the very least, they could have reaped more benefits. The situation was in a stalemate. The three-world islands cultivators might not be able to conquer the Baiwet Islands central region. Instead, their own three-world island had been conquered. The situation was terrible. On the battlefield, Lu Yi and the three-world islands Yu Yao stood side by side. They hadn't made a move during the attack on the central region. The constellations of their own islands were working hard. It wasn't that they didn't want to make a move, but that they had to conserve their strength. "It's about time," Luan Xiao suddenly said. Lu Yi nodded slightly, then turned to look at his side. Giant armor. The three-world islands Yu Yao wasn't the only one who didn't participate in the battle. Giant armor was as well. No one would have thought that giant armor, who was only at the early stage of the constellation realm, would be the biggest deciding factor in this battle. In order to catch the enemy off guard, Lu Yi had specially instructed giant armor not to reveal a certain ability of his when they attacked the Baiwet Islands protective formation. It was all for this moment. The giant armor stepped forward upon hearing this. At the same time, magic power surged around Lu Ye's body. Fiery red energy spread out in all directions like blazing flames, enveloping a large area. Not only did it envelop the giant armor, but it also enveloped all of the Yu Yao cultivators. As his mana surged, countless complicated yin and yang symbols quickly took shape and merged with each other. In the blink of an eye, a huge and unparalleled spirit pattern was formed. The twin spirit branch formation disc was only suitable for constellations and could not satisfy Yu Yao's needs. However, if Lu Yi constructed the twin spirit branch formation disc herself and maintained it, there would not be much of a problem. Of course, doing this would consume a great deal of his own magic power. Moreover, it was only suitable for certain occasions. For example, at this moment, it was inconvenient to do so in a truly chaotic battle. The 5 Yu Yaos were only responsible for maintaining the flow of magic power and did not take the lead. Zhu Jia roared furiously, and the flesh on his body wriggled violently. A violent stream of blood energy charged into the sky, and the entire world seemingly took on a blood-red hue, causing the countless spectating cultivators to fall into a daze. In the next instant, everyone was shocked. This was because an incomparably huge formation had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It was a black tortoise formation. Actually, there were many black tortoise formations on the battlefield. They were all formed by the cultivators of the 3 realms with the help of the twin spirit branch formation disc. It was also these black tortoise formations that blocked the counterattack from the Baiyu's central region. This formation was mainly for defense. However, the black tortoise formation formed by Zhu Jia and the 5 Yu Yao cultivators was clearly very different from the other black tortoise formations. First, it was in terms of size. In comparison, the difference between the newly formed black tortoise formation and the other black tortoise formations was like the difference between a grandfather and a grandson. Secondly, it was in terms of texture. The black tortoise formation formed by the constellations appeared to be in the shape of a black tortoise. However, the newly formed black tortoise formation didn't just have a form. It was more like a living creature with flesh and blood. The patterns on its 4 legs were clear, and even the crisscrossing grooves on its back were vivid. A long time ago, Lu Yi had discovered that the black tortoise array formation led by the giant armor was very different from others. This might have something to do with the giant armor itself. In his early years at the Spirit Stream battlefield, he had obtained something similar to a Yao core. Lu Yi had once guessed that the Yao core was the Yao core of the black tortoise. With the giant armor's extraordinary talent, with the help of the Yao core, it was like a tiger that had grown wings. Forming a formation with Xing, Su had already revealed the giant armor's strength. Now, there were 5 Yu Yao supporting him. The Black Tortoise Formation, formed by the Black Tortoise Formation, shocked even Lu Yi. Giant Armor's roars did not stop. This was not just because it was raising its chi, but also because it was in extreme pain from the immense pressure. His cultivation was ultimately too low. Even if he was at the later stage of the constellation realm, the pressure he would have to endure would be less. However, he was ultimately only at the early stage of the constellation realm. If he wasn't a body cultivator, if he wasn't extraordinarily talented, the pressure of this formation would have instantly killed him. Even so, this state could not be maintained for too long. At most, it would last for 5 breaths. When the giant Black Tortoise Array Formation was formed, Yu Huan and Jiang Yi instantly realized that something was amiss. They were actually not too nervous earlier because the defense of the central region could be sustained. They still had the idea of forcing the 3-world island to retreat. However, now that they felt the terrifying might of the giant Black Tortoise Array Formation, they were no longer confident. Therefore, Yu Huan did not hesitate at all. With a command, all the counterattacks in the central region were directed at the giant Black Tortoise. The Black Tortoise's body was huge, and its movements seemed slow. It could not dodge the enemy's counterattacks at all. At this moment, another figure appeared out of nowhere. It was 9 Province's Meng Jie. He stood alone in the middle of hundreds and thousands of cultivators and the giant Black Tortoise. He looked extremely fragile. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out a golden conch and put it to his mouth to blow. The 3-world island had a good relationship with the mermaid tribe. With the help of Lu Ye's azure sea conch, almost all the cultivators of the 3-world island had visited the mermaid tribe's territory and entered the heavenly conch hall in batches to try to find opportunities. Some people did not gain anything, while others gained something from it. The conches from the heavenly conch hall had all kinds of strange effects. Some of the conches were not very useful at all, but some could play a miraculous role at critical moments. For example, at this moment, as Meng Jie blew his golden sea conch, the image of a conch suddenly appeared and enveloped him. The sound of the conch did not stop. More and more figures came from Meng Jie's left and right and rushed into the image of the conch. With each additional person, the image of the conch became more solid and bigger. This was the power of Meng Jie's golden sea conch. It could accommodate many cultivators. The more it accommodated, the larger its size and the stronger its defense. It was equivalent to Meng Jie using the power of the golden sea conch to integrate the power of many cultivators and turn it into a defense. Of course, there was a limit to this integration. This was related to Meng Jie's strength. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of cultivators rushed into the image of the conch. The conch that was originally only enveloping Meng Jie had now become extremely huge. The entire conch had become extremely solid, as if it was real. It blocked the Black Tortoise Formation behind it. The attacks from the central region were all blocked by the giant conch, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the conch. This sudden turn of events left all the spectating cultivators dumbfounded. Great doubts flashed through their minds. What was that? What was that? Ever since Giant Jia and the 5 Yu Yao of the 3-world island formed the Black Tortoise Formation together, the development of the situation was incomprehensible. The appearance of the giant conch that followed was unheard of. However, regardless of whether it was the appearance of the giant black tortoise or the conch, it made everyone realize that the 3-world island attack on the Baiwa was not without a backup plan. These 2 things were the 3-world island's backup plan. The first round of attacks from the central region of the Baiwa caused the giant conch to tremble violently, causing cracks to appear all over it. When the second round of attacks arrived, the conch completely shattered. The hundreds of 3-world cultivators inside all vomited blood and fell in all directions like kites. This was especially true for Meng Jie, who had activated the conch's might. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his aura was extremely weak. Although they looked miserable, they had completed their mission. They had helped the black tortoise behind them block the two waves of powerful attacks. Under the lead of Shui Yuan and Hua Xiai, the medical cultivators who were already prepared hurriedly rushed forward to rescue the injured cultivators. They quickly began to treat them. At the same time, after the conch shattered, the giant black tortoise that had been blocked by it revealed itself. It had already forced its way to the central region. The giant shadow shrouded over the thousands of cultivators, causing them to be unable to see the slightest bit of light. Kill! Kill it! Yu Huan roared angrily. He activated his transcendence energy and attacked the black tortoise. In the central region, power fluctuated unrestrainedly and concentrated attacks were ready to be launched. At the head of the black tortoise, the surface of the giant shell cracked like a rock. It only lasted for a few breaths of time before it could no longer bear it. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, a light singing voice sounded by its ear. It was a voice that the giant shell had never heard before. When the voice entered its ears, it seemed to contain a mysterious power. As the voice floated in, a layer of green light rippled out from its body. The giant shell only felt the pressure suddenly decrease by a lot. Its physique was also greatly strengthened at this moment. He understood that this was Yin Miao helping him. That mysterious singing voice was a special ability of the mermaid clan. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemy's attack had not completely launched, the giant shell roared angrily and raised its right arm. At the same time, the giant black tortoise's right front claw also quickly raised. Then it slammed down fiercely. Who said that the black tortoise formation could only defend? Within the protection of the central region, regardless of whether it was Yu Huan, Jiang Yuan, or the many constellations, their eyes reflected this terrifying attack. Their minds were blank, and they only felt the blood in their bodies turn cold. Under this attack, the spiritual island shook. With the point of impact as the epicenter, a visible impact spread out in all directions. Even the cultivators who were watching from a few hundred miles away felt their clothes and hair fluttering in the wind. Today's update. I've been here since the day before. Yesterday, the child was admitted to the hospital. Today, the surgery is at 8 o'clock. After the surgery, the child will definitely cause a ruckus. I'll try my best to guarantee tomorrow's update. End of chapter. Chapter 1743. Outside the battlefield, the corners of almost everyone's eyes twitched as they watched this shocking scene. Their expressions were so absent-minded that they almost thought they were dreaming. The protective barrier of the central area caved in, and the light suddenly dimmed. The huge impact even caused many cultivators to be thrown off their feet, and they were in an extremely sorry state. Half of the hastily accumulated attacks were not able to be released. Although the remaining half was released, it was still unable to break through the black tortoise formation. What made Yu Huan feel relieved was that the protection of the central area was still there. Although it had weakened a lot after that attack, at least it was not damaged. Therefore, none of the cultivators on their side had died. However, what worried him the most was that this defense definitely wouldn't be able to withstand a second attack. That sort of attack was simply too berserk. It was so berserk that it was unbelievable. That sort of attack was simply not at Yu Yao's level. At the head of the black tortoise, the right arm of the giant tortoise was covered in white bones, with no flesh or blood remaining. He had gathered the power of his body and the 5 Yu Yao to unleash that attack. Even with the help of the formation and Yin Miao singing, he had paid a huge price in order to unleash such an attack with his early constellation realm body. This was also the reason why Yu Huan felt that the attack was not at the level of Yu Yao. Among the 5 Yu Yao of the 3-world island, aside from Lu Yi, who was at the early stage of Yu Yao, the others were all at the late stage of Yu Yao. How terrifying was the combined attack of such a powerful force. The fact that Baiwei Island's central defense was able to withstand this attack was all due to the 800 years of accumulation. If it were any other defense that had not been accumulated for long enough, it would have shattered long ago. At the head of the black tortoise, even though its right arm was severely injured, giant armor did not stop attacking. This was because it could not maintain the black tortoise formation for too long. It had to end the battle quickly. His eyes were scarlet with anger as he raised his left arm. The enormous black tortoise's left front claw also rose up, blocking the last bit of light in the Bayou cultivator's eyes. "It's over," Jiang Hong muttered in a daze as he looked at the black tortoise's giant claw that was slamming down. Boom! Baiwe Island shook violently for the second time, and an even more violent shockwave spread out in all directions. The spectating cultivators' hearts skipped a beat, and they felt that the attack didn't land on Baiwe Island's central defense, but on their hearts. The situation on the island became extremely chaotic at this moment. The energy was extremely chaotic, making it impossible for people to see the situation on the island. They only saw the huge black tortoise array suddenly collapse on its own. Giant armor had already reached his limit. His burly body was dyed red with blood, and his arms had lost flesh, leaving only white bones. His aura was weak as he fell to the ground. Li Baxian's team, who were already prepared, quickly retreated from the battlefield. Without him as the leader, the black tortoise formation naturally couldn't be maintained. It was not until 3 breaths later that the cultivators watching from afar could clearly see the situation inside. The defense at the center of Baiwe Island had been broken. Not only did the giant black tortoise's claw break through the defense, but it also killed countless Baiwe cultivators. There was a giant claw mark there, and blood and corpses were everywhere. Kill! Leave no one alive! Luan Xiaoa clenched her teeth and shouted. Following her order, the cultivators of the 3-world island charged forward like ferocious tigers. The true decisive battle had begun at this moment. Ever since the cultivators of the 3-world island attacked, they had broken through 2 layers of the enemy's powerful defenses. They had reached this point with great difficulty, so no one would be lenient. Lu Ye's spiritual sense surged. He suddenly looked forward and called out, "Ma Shangxi!" Ma Shangxi was a clever person. When he heard the call, the blood mist around him immediately surged, directly wrapping around Lu Yi. He turned into a streak of blood light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he charged out of Baiwe Island and headed towards the depths of the myriad phenomenon sea. There was no other reason, but Yu Huan had actually fled. He must have realized that the defense at the center of the island couldn't withstand the second attack from giant armor, so he fled first. Even Lu Yi didn't expect his decisiveness. Moreover, when the black tortoise formation collapsed, Lu Yi was also hit by the backlash, causing him to be unable to stop him immediately. However, he had been paying attention to Yu Huan all along, so he quickly realized his intention to flee. There was no suspense in the outcome of this battle. At the constellation level, everyone's forces were about the same. However, one side's morale was high, while the other side's fighting spirit was gone. The Baiwe cultivators couldn't withstand the subsequent attacks of the 3-world island. At the Yu Yao level, the 3-world island had an absolute advantage. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before the cultivators of the 3-world island took down Baiwe Island. Although Luan Xiaoa had shouted to leave no one alive, everyone knew that it was impossible to kill all the enemies in such a battlefield. As long as the Baiwe cultivators scattered and fled, some of them would be able to escape alive. The 3-world island couldn't kill them all. The constellation cultivators could escape, but Lu Yi definitely wouldn't let Yi Yao go. Jiang Yuan's reaction was a little slower. At this moment, he was already entangled with He Baichuan. He was probably doomed to die. If Yu Huan wanted to escape now, he had to get past Lu Yi first. Yu Huan was very fast. Since he was running for his life, he definitely wouldn't hold back. With his late-stage Yu Yao cultivation, Lu Yi obviously couldn't catch up to him. Fortunately, Ma Shangxi was there. Using the blood escape technique, he followed closely behind Yu Huan. The distance between them was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sensing the aura behind him, Yu Huan panicked. He knew that if he couldn't shake off the other party this time, he would definitely be in big trouble. He used some kind of spirit talisman and slapped it on his body. His speed suddenly increased a little. However, he soon despaired. Because his speed increased, the pursuers behind him became even faster. Ma Shangxi was furious. Was it easy for him to condense treasured blood? It required a lot of time and effort. Last time, when he brought Lu Yi to save Tang Jun, he had to use a drop of treasured blood to activate the blood escape technique. He thought that he wouldn't need to use it this time, but who knew that he still couldn't escape in the end? He hated Yu Huan to the core. After a short while, the master and servant finally caught up to Yu Huan. Ma Shangxi took the initiative to attack. Under the seal of numerous blood techniques, Yu Huan was finally unable to escape. He had no choice but to fight the two of them. Yu Huan obviously knew that Ma Shangxi's blood techniques were powerful. He had probably heard about it from Chu Zhu. So Ma Shangxi repeatedly tried to use the sea of blood to envelop him, but failed. Although the blood race's blood sea technique was powerful, if the enemy was prepared, it wouldn't be so easy to trap them. Moreover, Yu Huan himself wasn't weak. The three figures fought fiercely, and Yu Huan quickly fell into a disadvantage. After all, he was fighting 1 against 2, and Ma Shangxi was slightly stronger than him. Under such circumstances, it was even more impossible for him to escape. Suddenly, another fierce exchange occurred. Yu Huan suddenly turned around and only defended against Ma Shangxi's attacks. He used the rest of his strength to attack Lu Yi. His thinking was very simple. Only by taking down Lu Yi would he have a chance to live. He wasn't a match for Ma Shangxi, but Lu Yi was an early-stage Yu Yao. How could he not be a match for her? This was the only chance he had to survive. In the exchange just now, he had indeed sensed that Lu Yi was extraordinary. This early-stage Yu Yao was extraordinarily strong, but she was still much weaker than Ma Shangxi. He had to pick the soft persimmon to pinch. Behind him, Ma Shangxi had a strange expression on her face. She couldn't help but sigh. Truly, the sins of the heavens could be forgiven, but the sins of one's own making were the hardest to bear. If Yu Huan had continued to fight like this, he could have lived for a while longer. However, he had set his sights on the Saint Venerable. He was courting death. But then again, anyone in Yu Huan's situation would have made the same choice. Facing Yu Huan's violent attacks, Lu Yi suddenly sheathed her Pan Shan saber. This action confused Yu Huan, but in the next moment, a feeling of horror rose in his heart. This was because when the saber was unsheathed, Yu Huan felt that he wasn't facing an early-stage Yu Yao, but an ancient vicious beast that had suddenly awakened. When that simple and unadorned saber light slashed out, Yu Huan instinctively wanted to defend himself. His reaction was very fast. If there were no other factors, this saber might not have been able to do much to him. At most, it would have caught him off guard and injured him. The saber slash was very strong, and Lu Ye's foundation was also extraordinary. However, there was still a gap of 2 small realms between their cultivations. It would be very difficult for Lu Yi to kill a late-stage Yu Yao with this saber. Moreover, his control of the sabers might hadn't reached the peak yet. However, in order to take down Lu Yi as quickly as possible, Yu Huan had only defended himself slightly against Ma Shangxi's violent attacks. This was very fatal. A huge force attacked him from behind. Yu Huan felt his internal organs churn. This was Yu Yao's peak attack. Even if it wasn't her most violent attack, it still caused Yu Huan to stagger and see stars. His transcendence energy was in turmoil. At this moment, Lu Ye's saber slashed out diagonally. Blood splattered everywhere. Yu Huan screamed in pain and retreated in panic. From his abdomen to the top of his head, his flesh and blood had been torn apart. It was a horrifying sight. He had almost been cut in half. Fortunately, he had an extraordinary physique. Lu Ye's saber force was endless. It was like a tidal wave, layer upon layer, pressing forward step by step. On the other side, Ma Shangxi didn't show any mercy. She didn't use her blood arts anymore. Instead, she fought Yu Huan in close combat. The master and servant attacked from the front and back. Even though Yu Huan was a late-stage Yu Yao, he was still beaten into a daze. In just a few moments, he was covered in wounds, and his life was hanging by a thread. After 3 breaths, Lu Ye's saber stabbed out. Yu Huan's body suddenly stiffened. His expression was one of terror. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. He saw that Lu Ye's saber had already pierced through his heart and through his back. Every beat of his heart caused immense pain. Even such an injury wasn't fatal to a Yu Yao. However, he didn't dare to move. This was because Lu Yi only needed to use a little bit of transcendence energy to destroy his internal organs from the inside. At that time, he would die without a doubt. He slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Yi. He opened his mouth and wanted to beg for mercy. At this moment, he truly regretted his actions. Who would have thought that just following orders to launch a sneak attack on a mid-stage Yu Yao would actually cause such a great calamity to befall Baiwa Island? However, Lu Yi had no intention of listening to him. Transcendence energy surged around him as he prepared to deal the final blow to Yu Huan. At this moment, a voice rang out from afar. "Fellow Taoist, please spare him." Lu Yi frowned. When he turned around, he saw a planetary boat rushing over from the direction of the voice. When it stopped in front of him, a figure was revealed. Today is still the first update. I barely slept last night. End of chapter. Chapter 1744. When he was chasing after Yu Huan with Ma Shangxi, Lu Yi had considered the possibility of another Yu Yao intervening to save Yu Huan's life. This would not break the rules of the Wansheng Sea, because the moment Yu Huan escaped from Baiwa Island, he was no longer in the battlefield of the Battle of the Spiritual Island. Lu Yi and Ma Shangxi's pursuit of him could be said to be the aftermath of the Battle of the Spiritual Island, or it could be said to be a personal grudge. Hence, if anyone wanted to save his life, they could do so. Yu Huan had been active on the Wansheng Sea for many years. How could he not have any connections? If he was really willing to pay a price to get someone to save him, it was not impossible. However, what Lu Yi did not expect was that the person who came to save him was not a Yu Yao, but a constellation. As the voice rang out, a star boat hastily flew over. A young man was standing on the star boat. He looked young, and his skin was soft and tender. It was obvious that he was in a hurry. When he saw that Yu Huan was still alive, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Fellow Taoist, please hold on. Please show mercy." Lu Ye's Panshan saber was stabbed into Yu Huan's chest. The dermic power on the saber was about to be unleashed. Beside him, Ma Shangxi's 2 balls of blood-red light surged. Her divine sense was also firmly locked onto Yu Huan. The master and servant's powerful deterrence made Yu Huan lose the courage to even move his eyes. He was afraid that he would meet with a mishap in the next moment. "Who are you?" Lu Yi had some guesses in his heart, but he still asked. The young man stood on the planetary boat and smiled. He was not reserved like a constellation in front of Yu Yao. He bowed graciously and said, "My surname is Yuan." Then he looked at Lu Yi meaningfully. Lu Yi thought to himself, as expected, "His surname is Yuan, and he came from the island of Versatility." He remembered that Tang Jun had mentioned before that he had visited a Sunshine Realm expert called Yuan Du on the island of Versatility. He wanted to build a relationship with him, but he did not manage to meet him. He was sent away by a constellation subordinate called Yuan Cheng. That Yuan Cheng was a star constellation cultivator. He was young, but extremely arrogant. When Tang Jun was talking about these things, he was very angry because Yuan Cheng, this star constellation, had a very bad attitude towards him. At this moment, There was no doubt that this person was Yuan Cheng. He had only reported his surname, not even his name. This was not how he should treat Yu Yao. If he didn't have a powerful backer behind him, he wouldn't have the confidence to speak like this. What is it? Lu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Yuan Cheng smiled and said, I've already told you my purpose for coming here. You should have heard it. Lu Yi looked at him expressionlessly. Yuan Cheng wasn't afraid at all. He calmly looked back and said again, Please spare his life, fellow Taoist. Lu Yi said, What if I say no? Yuan Cheng revealed a distressed expression and said earnestly, Fellow Taoist, cultivation is not easy. A cultivator who wants to cultivate to the Yu Yao realm has to go through countless hardships. If he dies because of a moment of rashness, wouldn't it be too sad? What do you think, fellow Taoist? At first glance, his words sounded like he was talking about Yu Huan, but anyone could hear the threat in his words. He was just short of warning Lu Yi not to kill Yu Huan on impulse, lest he end up in a miserable state later. Lu Yi looked at him indifferently and said no more. Seeing that Lu Yi was unmoved, Yuan Cheng couldn't help but frown and say, I believe that fellow Taoist Yu Huan already knows his mistake. If fellow Taoist can spare his life, he will definitely turn over a new leaf. He will also be willing to compensate fellow Taoist. Yu Huan, who had not dared to make a move, quickly said, That's right. If I can keep my life, Baiwei Island will be on good terms with the three-world island in the future. I am also willing to compensate. Before he could finish speaking, he didn't dare to continue because the magic power in Lu Ye's mountain blade began to surge. His face instantly paled, and he felt as if he had stepped into the gates of hell. Fortunately, Lu Yi withdrew his magic power in time. Even so, Yu Huan's entire body went limp. He had never felt so close to death before. Are you here to make peace? Lu Yi looked at Yuan Cheng. Yuan Cheng was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, I guess so. Lu Ye's expression suddenly turned cold. You think you're worthy? Huang Long's Gu Chuan had tried to persuade him before, but it didn't work. However, with Huang Long's status and Yu Huan's secret request, he was qualified to be the one to persuade him. In comparison, Yuan Cheng's qualifications were far inferior. Moreover, the battle had already reached this stage. How could Lu Yi show mercy just because of Yuan Cheng's words? As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain blade in his hand shook, ready to take Yu Huan's life. Yuan Cheng's expression changed greatly. His spiritual sense rushed out, and he sent a voice transmission to Yu Huan, but it was unknown what he said. In the next moment, Yu Huan, who was in despair, instinctively shouted, Yu Huan of Baiwei sincerely requests to be the arbitrator. The magic power on the mountain blade had already begun to erupt. It would end Yu Huan's life in the next moment. However, at this moment, a huge pressure suddenly descended. Lu Yi felt as if the entire world was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to circulate his magic power. He couldn't kill Yu Huan. Not only him, even Ma Shangxi, who was at the peak of Yu Yao's cultivation level, was suppressed on the spot. She couldn't move, and her expression was difficult. Lu Ye's bones creaked as he jerked his head up. At some point, a figure had appeared in his field of vision, standing on Yuan Cheng's star boat. It was a white-haired old man. He looked dignified without being angry, and there were no traces of magic power fluctuations on his body. However, there was no doubt that the huge pressure came from him. The Rizhao had arrived in person. Under normal circumstances, no matter how fierce the battle on the Wansheng Sea was, as long as the rules weren't broken, Rizhao wouldn't interfere. This was because they were the ones who set the rules. They couldn't take the initiative to break the rules they set. They also wanted the Wansheng Sea to prosper. However, if Rizhao of the Wansheng Sea dared to break the rules they set, then tomorrow Rizhao of the Wansheng Sea wouldn't be the only one in the Wansheng Sea. The Rizhao of other major galaxies could come here at will to protect their own interests. When that time came, How would Rizhao of the Wanxiang Sea control the Wanxiang Sea? Therefore, compared to other foreign forces, Rizhao of the Wanxiang Sea would abide by the rules they set. Only if someone broke the rules would the Rizhao of the Wanxiang Sea have a reason to intervene. Of course, there was another situation, just like this one. As the great island master of Baiwei Island, Yu Huan took the initiative to request for Rizhao to be the arbitrator. This way, Rizhao's arrival was justified because it was within the rules. However, it was obviously abnormal for him to come so quickly. This Rizhao arrived almost immediately after Yu Huan requested for arbitration. It was obvious that he had been prepared. It could even be said that he had been hiding nearby, so he showed up as soon as Yu Huan called for him. Yuan Du. Even if Lu Yi used his toes to think, he knew who this Rizhao was. From the looks of it, it was Yuan Du's order for Yuan Cheng to protect Yu Huan's life. However, Lu Yi didn't give Yuan Cheng face, so Yuan Du had to do it himself. Yuan Cheng sent a voice transmission to Yu Huan just now, asking him to request for arbitration. On the starboat, Yuan Du looked at Lu Yi and the battered Yu Huan with a gloomy expression. If possible, he didn't want to show himself. After all, it was Rizhao. His arrival would cause too much of a commotion, so he instructed Yuan Cheng to talk to Lu Yi. However, Lu Yi had no intention of compromising. After Ma Bin killed Rizhao, he was one of the 3 Rizhao that replaced him. He had not been operating in the Wanxiang Sea for a long time. Naturally, there were not many spiritual islands that were interested in him. However, he valued Baiwei Island very much. This was because this island could provide many places for his disciples to cultivate. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want Baiwei Island to be lost. Previously, when he heard that the 3-world island was attacking Baiwei, he thought that the cultivators of the 3-world island were crazy. He didn't pay much attention to it because, in his opinion, the 3-world island couldn't defeat Baiwei. However, as the war progressed, Yuan Du realized that he had underestimated the 3-world island. Now that Baiwei had been conquered, there was no turning back. However, only Yu Huan couldn't die. He had to protect her. From an outsider's point of view, Yu Huan had submitted to him. If he couldn't even protect Yu Huan's life, then his prestige would be greatly reduced. Which other spiritual island would want to visit him in the future? There were 5 Rizhao in the Wanxiang Sea, and he wasn't the only one. Other than him, there were other Rizhao that other spiritual islands could visit. Therefore, the reason why he personally came here this time was not because of his deep personal friendship with Yu Huan, but purely because of his own interests. The great Rizhao was forced into such a situation. He was naturally furious. If it weren't for the rules, he would have personally taught Lu Yi, this arrogant brat, a lesson. Ancestor. On the starboat, Yuan Cheng bowed respectfully. He looked ashamed. This disciple is useless. Please forgive me. Yuan Du waved his hand and stared at Lu Yi. He smiled faintly. Since this little friend says that you don't have the qualifications, then you can leave. Yes. Yuan Cheng pursed his lips and looked at Lu Yi with resentment. It was a dereliction of duty for him to not complete the task given by the ancestor. It didn't matter if this happened once, but if it happened too often, he would definitely lose favor. Yuan Du continued in a cold voice. Little friend, I wonder if this old master is qualified. The huge pressure on Lu Yi didn't show any signs of decreasing. His flesh and blood wriggled violently and his bones creaked. He gritted his teeth and replied, Guardian Yuan, are you here to persuade me? I don't know what your position is. If I remember correctly, Rizhao is not allowed to interfere in the battle of the Wanxiang Sea. Lu Yi gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was under great pressure. Persuade? Yuan Du said disdainfully, Since I'm here, I'm not here to persuade you. Didn't you hear? Someone asked for arbitration, so I'm here to do it. What does the guardian want to arbitrate? We didn't break any rules in today's battle. Lu Yi gritted his teeth and replied. End of chapter. Chapter 1745. Sunshine arbitration was the best way for the local star system to control the Vientiane Sea. It was also the reason why the Sunshine Guards were stationed at the Vientiane Island. If anything happened on the Vientiane Sea, the Sunshine Guards could intervene in time. However, the Sunshine Guards would only intervene if someone broke the rules. Lu Yi thought about the situation on the three-world island side and confirmed that they did not break the rules. Everything was within the rules. If that was the case, there was only one possibility left. It's not up to you to decide whether we broke the rules or not. Yuan Du said calmly. With a wave of his hand, Yu Huan, who had been stabbed in the chest by Lu Ye's mountain blade, was taken away by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, he was standing beside Yuan Du. Huan had escaped from death. He was grateful and grateful. Although he was in a sorry state, he managed to keep his life. He did not have to worry about dying in the next moment. He quickly turned around and bowed. Yu Huan of Baiwei greets Guard Yuan. Thank you for saving my life. Yuan Du said calmly, I saved you for official business. I was upholding the rules of the Vientiane Sea. There's no need to thank me. Yes. Yu Huan's face was still pale. He nodded repeatedly. He knew that he had said something wrong and did not dare to say anything else. Yuan Du said, Then tell me, what do you want me to arbitrate? If you can't give me an explanation, I won't let you off so easily. I'm the guardian of the Sunshine Sect, and I have to be fair and just. On the Vientiane Sea, I won't be biased towards anyone. Yu Huan's expression turned serious. He turned to Lu Yi and said angrily, Guard Yuan, I want you to arbitrate that the three-world island did not follow the rules in the Battle of the Spiritual Islands this time. In fact, he did not realize this. During the previous battle, the battlefield was too chaotic. Moreover, the situation on Baiwei Island was not good. Naturally, he did not have the time to pay attention to the special situation. It was not until Yuan Cheng sent him a telepathic message. Yuan Cheng would definitely not harm him. Therefore, he immediately pointed at Lu Yi confidently and said sternly, The three-world island sent more than 5 Yu Yaos to the battle of the spiritual islands this time. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. As expected, Yuan Du showed up for this reason. Not just 5. Yuan Du's face sank as he raised his head to look in the direction of Baiyu Island. His gaze was deep, as if he could imprint everything there into his eyes. A short while later, he nodded lightly and said, Indeed, there are 2 Yu Yao here, but there are 4 over there. This is already 6 Yu Yao. He lowered his head and looked at Lu Yi with a dignified gaze as he berated. Breaking the rules in such a brazen manner is truly preposterous. If everyone acted like all of you, then how could the myriad ocean have any trace of peace? In the future, the 10,000 elephant sea will no longer have any rules to speak of. Today, I am investigating the facts. The three-world island is unscrupulous and disregarding the rules. They should be punished severely as a warning to others. As he spoke, he slowly raised his palm and slammed it towards Lu Yi. This guardian will kill you today because you didn't follow the rules. The 10,000 elephant sea needs to be fair and just. We guardians will show no mercy to anyone who doesn't follow the rules. If there is a next life, be a good person. Lu Ye's hair instantly stood on end as countless cracks appeared on his body and blood spurted out. When a heavenly illumination master wanted to kill him and acted decisively, it was truly a matter of life and death. Beside Yuan Du, Yu Huan looked at Lu Yi gloatingly. He didn't expect such a turn of events. Sure enough, begging Yuan Du was the wisest decision he had ever made. The three-world island didn't break the rules. If the guardian has the word fairness in your heart, then you should let the three-world island argue. If the guardian kills me now, then you are silencing me. The three-world island won't accept this, and the billions of cultivators in the 10,000 elephant sea won't accept this. Lu Yi roared. Yuan Du's brows furrowed as he held back his palm in the end. When he arrived, the commotion was too great. In just a short time, many nearby cultivators came to watch. Although they stood far away, in order to show that he was fair, Yuan Du didn't hide his words. The cultivators in the distance naturally heard him clearly. Now that Lui had shouted if he really did kill him, it would be the same as killing him to silence him, which would inevitably lead to a lot of suspicions. Moreover, from an outsider's point of view, even if they were being arbitrated, they should indeed argue a little and find out the truth. The 10,000 Elephant Sea was indeed under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Illumination Masters, but they couldn't do whatever they wanted. The guardians of the Heavenly Illumination Masters had to maintain their own public trust, while the foreign forces had to protect their own interests as much as possible. The entire 10,000 Elephant Sea was in a strange balance. Yuan Du frowned. What do you want to argue about? Lu Yi said, Guardian, please withdraw your aura. When this old thing appeared, his powerful aura turned into an invisible force that suppressed him and Ma Shangxi, which was really annoying. Seeing that Yuan Du was unmoved, Lu Yi sneered, with the Guardian's ability, are you afraid that I, Yu Yao, will run away? Or is it that you don't want me to speak? With Lu Ye's words, Yuan Du could only withdraw his aura. Of course, he was also confident that Lu Yi couldn't escape from his hands. Only then did Lu Yi feel much better. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm afraid it'll be too late. Don't think you can get away with flowery words. This old man isn't blind. Of course. Lu Yi sneered. Please wait a moment, Guardian. Whether or not my three-world island has violated the rules will be determined. In the direction of Baiwa Island, the sword cultivator's clone was hurrying over. The speed of the sword was very fast, so it wouldn't take long for him to arrive. Although Lu Yi could use the Void Spirit runes to directly teleport the clone over, he didn't want to do so in front of so many people. Yuan Du had sensed for Yu Yao's auras on Baiwa Island. Naturally, one of them was the sword cultivator's clone. Lu Yi had been too anxious to chase after Ma Shangxi, so he had left his clone there. As for the 4 treasured blood clones, Lu Yi had already withdrawn them after breaking through Baiwa Island's great protective array. This was because the treasured blood clones couldn't be used too much in battle. Once they were destroyed, Lu Yi would have to reform them again, which was very troublesome. Replenishing the treasured blood clones' energy was much easier than reforming them again. Otherwise, Yuan Du wouldn't have sensed for Yu Yao's auras, but 8. In just a moment, the sword cultivator who had rushed over dispersed his sword light and revealed himself. Lu Yi looked at Yuan Du and said, Guardian, you sensed for Yu Yao's auras on Baiwa Island. He's one of them, right? That's right. Yuan Du nodded. Then there's no problem. Lu Yi raised his hand and grabbed at the clone. What? Yuan Du was stunned for a moment. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. When Lu Yi reached out and patted the clone, the living Yu Yao seemed to have melted into a ball of red light and merged into Lu Ye's body. Only her clothes and a sword gourd were left. Lu Yi casually put away the clothes and sword gourd. He wasn't worried about exposing the sword gourd. Many cultivators liked to wear this kind of Dharma treasure. Therefore, the sword gourd's camouflage ability was very strong, unless someone observed it. This sudden change shocked Yuan Cheng, who was standing on the starship. What's going on? Yu Huan was also stunned. Yuan Du was the only one who reacted. A clone technique? Lu Yi looked at Yuan Du mockingly. Guardian Yuan is still the most knowledgeable. Yuan Du was indeed knowledgeable. However, he had never seen such a strange clone before. In his perception, this clone was no different from a living person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown himself. This is going to be troublesome. He secretly regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone to Baiwa Island to observe. Perhaps he could have found some clues. Then he wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation. This proves that Three-World Island didn't break the rules in this battle of the spiritual islands, right? Guardian Yuan. Yuan-du didn't say anything. What else could he say? Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Yu Huan reacted quickly. Almost as soon as Lu Yi finished speaking, he began to flee desperately. He had failed to rely on Yuan-du to arbitrate. If Lu Yi wanted to kill him now, no one could save him. Lu Yi only glanced in the direction Yu Huan fled. He didn't chase after him immediately. Instead, he looked at Yuan-du and said, Yu Huan was about to die. It was the guardian who took him away from my blade. Now that the facts are clear, shouldn't you return Yu Huan to me? To show fairness and justice? Yuan-du glared at Lu Yi. He, a Rizhao, had personally appeared and used the Wanxiangxi's rules to arbitrate. In the end, Lu Yi used facts to prove that Three-World Island didn't break the rules. Everyone knew that Yuan-du had made an appearance, this time, for selfish reasons. This was equivalent to him being slapped in the face by Lu Yi. If that was all, it would be fine. But now, Lu Yi actually wanted him to return Yu Huan, whom he had saved. Wouldn't this mean that after he was slapped in the face, he would be slapped in the face again? However, he had indeed saved Yu Huan from Lu Ye's blade. Now that Lu Yi was using fairness and justice as an excuse, he couldn't deny it. Because he was the one who said fairness and justice, and he had said it more than once. Yuan-du's murderous intent burned. He couldn't wait to kill Lu Yi. However, he was still a Rizhao. It was easy to kill Yu Yao in the early stages, but not after. Once the news of him killing Lu Yi spread, the Wanxiangxi would no longer be peaceful. The Rizhao of the top forces had been coveting the Wanxiangxi for a long time. However, due to the many rules and the strange balance, they couldn't interfere in the affairs of the Wanxiangxi. If the guardian of the native Rizhao didn't care about the rules, would the Rizhao of the other forces care? He could imagine that if he killed Lu Yi today, there would be 10 Rizhao in the Wanxiangxi tomorrow. Therefore, no matter how strong the murderous intent in his heart was, he could only forcibly endure it. It had to be said that Rizhao's temperament was very stable. If it were an impulsive cultivator, they might have already attacked. He just stared coldly at Lu Yi, silently threatening him. End of chapter. Chapter 1746. Of course, Lu Yi could see the threat in Yuan-du's eyes, but he was completely unmoved. There was no possibility of a good relationship between the Three-World Island and Yuan-du, not to mention today's incident. Yuan-du's sneak attack on Old Tang was also related to him. It was certain that Baiwei Island belonged to Yuan-du today. The Three-World Island attacked Baiwei Island and offended him. Yuan-du also held a grudge against him and the Three-World Island. So, what harm was there in offending them? His eyes met Yuan-du's calmly without flinching. He wasn't worried that Yu Huan would run away. Yu Huan had the power of pyrolite on him, and within a certain range, Lu Yi could control him and take his life at any time. Of course, he couldn't do anything beyond this range. At most, he could use it to locate Yu Huan's position. However, Yu Huan was now seriously injured like a stray dog. Although the 10,000 elephant sea was vast, where could he run to? Today he would die without a doubt. After a few breaths of silence, Yuan-du's arcane energy suddenly surged. He raised his hand and gently grasped in Yu Huan's direction. In that direction, Yu Huan, who had already fled 1,000 miles away, suddenly seemed to be bound by an invisible force, unable to move. Immediately after, he felt the power suddenly become stronger, and all the bones in his body started to creak. Greatly shocked, he cried out in alarm, "Guardian Yuan, please spare my life!" Yuan-du turned a deaf ear to his pleas and coldly stared at Lu Yi, saying in a clear voice, "Baiwei Islands Yu Huan lied and deceived the superiors. Today, this guardian will behead him. I hope that the future generations will remember this lesson. The 10,000 elephant sea has its own rules. If anyone dares to violate them, we Sunshine Guardians will not sit idly by." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his hand. 1,000 miles away, a cloud of blood mist suddenly exploded and Yu Yao's vitality disappeared. Lu Yi raised his brow. He just asked Yuan Du to return the escaped Yu Huan to him. This was a reasonable request. After all, he was the one who rescued Yu Huan from his blade. However, Yuan Du actually killed Yu Huan. Although Yu Huan was seriously injured, he was still a late Yu Yao cultivator. Even though he was thousands of miles away, Yuan Du had crushed him like an ant. Sunshine's power. How terrifying! In fact, what Lu Yi cared about was not Yuan Du's strength, but his actions. He had asked Yuan Du to return Yu Huan with the intention of using the fairness and justice that Yuan Du had repeatedly proclaimed to disgust him. However, Yuan Du had not acted according to his plan. Instead, he had directly killed Yu Huan and took the opportunity to proclaim the rules of the myriad phenomenon sea, unknowingly erasing many things that were unfavorable to him, at least in the eyes to the outsiders, the Guardians' image. These old fellows were indeed not to be trifled with. Yuan Du was still looking at Lu Yi, his expression unreadable. This protector failed to find out the truth and was almost deceived by a scoundrel today. Fortunately, I did not make a big mistake. Yu Huan has already paid the price for deceiving me. So are you satisfied? What else could Lu Yi say? He immediately brought his fists together and said, "The Guardian is indeed fair and just. We're all impressed. Don't worry, we'll follow the rules when we're on the 10,000 creations ocean. We won't break any rules." I hope so. Take care. Yuan Du gave him a deep look, then disappeared in a flash. Yuan Cheng gave Lu Yi a sinister look, then flew towards the island of 10,000 Elephant on his star boat. After the storm, Lu Yi felt sweat all over his body. Facing such a powerful opponent, Sunshine, was really stressful, especially when he suppressed him with his powerful aura as soon as he appeared, which made his qi and blood flow a little sluggish. The onlookers dispersed one after another. Lu Yi rested for a while, then called Ma Shangxi, "Let's go!" Ma Shangxi summoned a cloud of blood mist, wrapped Lu Yi in it, and flew towards Baiwe Island. When Master Lu Yi and his servant returned to Baiwe Island, the battle was over. The cultivators of the three realms were resting. Seeing Lu Yi return, the Yueyao of the island immediately came to greet him. Luan Xiaoa asked what happened. They had sensed Sunshine's aura from afar, but they couldn't leave, so they didn't know what was going on. It was a false alarm. Let's talk about it later. Lu Ye's divine sense surged, and he checked the situation on Baiwe Island. "How are the casualties?" Luan Xiao replied excitedly. "There are only injuries, no deaths." This was definitely a huge miracle. Looking at all the battles on the island of 10,000 Elephant Sea, even if it was just a battle for a low-grade spiritual island, it was rare for one side to have no casualties, especially when the Three Realms Island was the attacking side. However, thinking back on this battle, everything was going according to Lu Ye's plan. He disguised himself as Chu Zhu and snuck into Baiwe Island, then used the Little Flower Realm to place the 500 cultivators in the 3 formation base halls. These 3 formation base halls were protected by very powerful formations, so even if they were in enemy territory, as long as the formations weren't broken, their lives wouldn't be in danger. Before Baiwe Island's protective formation was breached, very few cultivators of the 3 realms were injured. When the protective formation was breached, the cultivators of the 3 realms gathered their forces to attack the central area. Similarly, there weren't any casualties among the cultivators of the 3 realms. It was only when Giant Armor led the Black Tortoise Formation and worked together with the 5 Yuyaos to forcefully break the central area's formation that the cultivators of the 3 realms were in the most danger. At that time, Baiwe Island still had more than 1,000 cultivators, which was slightly more than the 3 Realms Island. If the Baiwe cultivators fought with their lives on the line, the 3 Realms Island would definitely have suffered great losses. However, after the central area's protective formation was breached, Yu Huan, who was the mainstay of the Three Realms Island, was the first to escape. The Biowek cultivators were already in a state of panic, and Yu Huan's escape completely caused them to lose their will to fight. When Jiang En was killed, the Biowek cultivators lost their backbone, and the cultivators of the Three Realms Island fled in all directions. This created the miracle that no one from the Three Realms Island died in the battle for the spiritual islands. Injuries were unavoidable. In such an intense battle, no one could guarantee that they would come out unscathed. Fortunately, the accompanying medical cultivators started treating them in time, so there weren't many problems. At that time, the Biowek cultivators had gathered in the central area of the island. After this battle, more than half of them escaped, and only about 400 people were killed by the Three Realms Island's cultivators. The Three Realms Island couldn't do anything about those who escaped. Even though they still had 3 Yu Yaos, they couldn't kill all of their enemies in such an environment. After hearing Wan Xiao's report, Lu Yi nodded and said, "Not bad." This battle had completely made the Three Realms Island famous, and they had perfectly achieved their initial goal. While the Yu Yaos of the Three Realms Island were chatting on Biowek Island, the cultivators watching from the outside were still immersed in great shock. They had witnessed a battle for a high-class spiritual island with their own eyes, but no one had expected that the battle would develop in such a bizarre way. As the defending side, Biowek Island not only failed to defend their 800 years of foundation, but even the Yu Yaos were killed. Countless cultivators of the Three Realms Island died in battle, but no one from the Three Realms Island died. How ridiculous was this? Many of the Yu Yaos had witnessed battles for high-class spiritual islands, and they had never imagined that a battle of this scale could have such a bizarre ending. How could the Three Realms Island be so strong? However, the Three Realms Island didn't seem strong on the surface. It was normal for them to have 5 Yu Yaos, and they didn't have a lot of 1,000 cultivators. Therefore, no one could understand how the Three Realms Island managed to achieve such a feat. This matter was very strange. They couldn't say that Biowek Island was cooperating with the Three Realms Island to put on a show. No force would pay such a huge price to make another force famous. Brother Wu, the latest news is that the Three Realms Island has been captured. Brother Wu's companion suddenly spoke while holding a musical note. Who did it? Brother Wu was shocked. Giant Blade Island, his companion replied. Brother Wu revealed a look of understanding. Giant Blade Galaxy and Biowek Galaxy are neighbors, and the cultivators of the 2 galaxies have always been on good terms. Since Biowek Island was attacked, Yu Huan must have sent a message to Giant Blade Island to take action. The people of the Three Realms Island are all here, and that place is empty. It's normal for it to be captured. After saying that, he suddenly chuckled. I wonder if Zhao Yunqi still has the guts to stay on the Three Realms Island. Zhao Yunqi was the island master of Giant Blade Island, and he had a close personal relationship with Yu Huan. When the Three Realms Island attacked Biowek Island, he was happy to intervene and help reduce the pressure on Biowek Island. However, if news of this spread, it would be hard to say if Zhao Yunqi would still dare to stay on the Three Realms Island. Biowek Island was so big, but the Three Realms Island had fallen just like that. Giant Blade Island was even weaker than Biowek Island. Zhao Yunqi would have to weigh whether he could endure the anger of the Three Realms Island's cultivators if he continued to stay on the Three Realms Island. His companion also grinned and gave a thumbs up. Brother Wu is wise. The person who sent me a message said that Giant Blade Island had already begun to build defenses on the Three Realms Island, but now it seems they are preparing to withdraw. That's normal. After today's battle, the Three Realms Island's fame has spread. As long as Zhao Yunqi still has some sense, he would not force himself to stay on the Three Realms Island. He might not even get to eat the lamb and get into trouble. Brother Wu, now that the Three Realms Island has taken over Biowek Island, they have 2 high-class spiritual islands. I'm afraid this doesn't conform to the rules. That will depend on how big their appetite is. If their appetite is big enough, they can split up and use their own realm's name to occupy a high-class spiritual island. That wouldn't be considered breaking the rules. Of course, the prerequisite is that their own realm has the strength to occupy a high-class spiritual island. Difficult. I think that the Three Realms Island is also a group of galaxies. They only have 5 Yu and 1,000 constellations. They can barely occupy one high-class spiritual island. They definitely won't be able to occupy 2. If they don't have the strength, they will definitely return to the Three Realms Island. This was also a reasonable guess. Relatively speaking, the Three Realms Island's value was undoubtedly higher than Baiwa Island. Because the Three Realms Island was bigger, Brother Wu felt that the people of the Three Realms Island would not give up on their own island. End of chapter. Chapter 1747. The cultivators of the Three Realms would definitely return to the Three Realms Island. This was not just Brother Wu and Brother Yu's speculation. Most of the Yu Yaos thought the same. As long as Yu Yao from the Three World Island was not crazy, she would not continue to stay on the Baiwa Island. So the question was, how should Baiyu Island be dealt with? It had not been easy for them to conquer such a superior spiritual island. They could not possibly throw it away. To be honest, there had never been such a precedent in the Vientiane Sea. Normally, those who had the strength to attack a high-class spiritual island would occupy it after conquering it. Hence, there was no problem of how to deal with it. However, the Three-World Island situation was clearly different. The Three-World Island was still there, and they could retreat at any time. However, Baiyu had been captured by them. This blissful worry was truly enviable. However, Yu Yao soon found out how Three-World Island was going to deal with Baiyu, because a short moment later, a voice suddenly sounded out from Baiwa Island. I'm Wan Xiaoa, and I'm the Grand Master of the Three-World Island. I sincerely invite fellow Taoists who intend to take over Baiwa Island to ascend the island. In 2 hours, my Three-World Island will be holding an auction to determine the ownership of Baiwa Island. Her voice wasn't loud, but thanks to Yu Yao's peak stage cultivation base, all the spectating cultivators could hear her clearly. Everyone was taken aback at first, but then they revealed a matter-of-fact expression. Auction. Yes, this was indeed a very good idea. The cultivators of the Three-World Island couldn't occupy 2 high-class spiritual islands at the same time, but after spending so much effort to take down Baiwa Island, they couldn't just abandon it. That would be too much of a waste. After all, it was a high-class spiritual island with great value. Therefore, auctioning off the ownership of Baiyu Island was the best and most practical method. This way, the Three-World Island would not have to face the awkward situation of not being able to occupy 2 high-class spiritual islands. It would also bring in a large amount of income for the cultivators on the island. Auctioning the ownership of a high-grade spiritual island was something that had never happened on the 10,000 Elephant Sea before. Therefore, when Luan Xiaoa finished speaking, many Yu Yao revealed looks of interest. Many Yu Yao were even tempted. Among them, there were those from high-class spiritual islands. Naturally, they did not have much interest in Baiwa Island. However, this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Of course, they were willing to join in the fun and take a look at the novelty. Most of them were Yu Yao who did not come from a high-grade spiritual island. The forces behind them actually had a good foundation. However, it was not easy to attack and occupy a superior spiritual island. This was because the superior spiritual islands in the Vientiane Sea had been in operation for many years. Their defensive power was very strong. It was basically impossible to take them down with the same foundation. Take Four Corner Island, for example. The 4 of them were at the late stage of the Moon Jade realm and had 1,000 constellations. They were barely qualified to occupy a high-class spirit island, but in reality they could only occupy a middle-class spirit island. They had tried it once before, but in the end, their home was almost stolen. They panicked and hurriedly withdrew their troops. The four-way galaxy was not the only one in the 10,000 manifestations that had encountered such a situation. Now that there was an opportunity to occupy a superior spiritual island without shedding a drop of blood, who wouldn't be tempted? Of course, he would have to pay a hefty price. After all, this was an auction for a superior spiritual island. The price was ridiculously low. For a time, a large number of Yao rushed towards Baiwa Island from all directions. This was the first time in the Vientiane Sea that an auction for the ownership of a superior spiritual island was held. Was this against the rules? No one knew. However, because there had never been such a precedent, no Sunshine Protector had ever set any rules for this. On the three-world island side, Luan Xiaoa and He Baichuan led the way. A few Yu Yao warmly welcomed the Yu Yao who had rushed over after hearing the news. This allowed Luan Xiaoa to get to know many Yu Yao experts from the various spirit islands. Baiwa Island's conference hall was dilapidated. The aftermath of the previous battle had spread here. Fortunately, it was not completely damaged. 2 hours later, the conference hall was filled with Yu Yao. There were at least 300 people present. These 300 people represented at least 200 different factions. However, no one knew how many of them were here to join in the fun, or how many of them were genuinely interested in bidding for the ownership of Baiwa Island. Luan Xiaoa was still the host. On the surface, she was still the first island lord of the three-world island. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luan Xiaoa smiled slightly and said, "Thank you all for coming." It was not easy for the three-world island to occupy Baiwa Island today. With such a high-class spirit island, the three-world island has suffered great losses. When she said this, the 300 Yao could not help but want to laugh. They had all seen how great the three-world island's losses were. However, since Luan Xiaoa said this, they could only listen. I don't think I need to explain the value of a high-class spirit island. The three-world island is enough for the cultivators of the three-world island. If the Baiwa Island had not gone overboard and secretly attacked the three-world Yao, we would not have come to cause trouble. Now that we have conquered Baiwa Island, the cultivators of the three-world island do not intend to stay for long. Therefore, we are prepared to auction off the ownership of this island. Someone was impatient and shouted, "Island Lord Luan, let's cut the crap. Just tell us how the auction is going to be held." Luan Xiaoa looked in the direction of the person who spoke and continued to smile. "All right, since you are so eager, let's just talk about the rules." She paused for a moment, then said, "Fellow Taoists who are interested in bidding only need to inscribe their price and origins into a jade slip. I will choose the most sincere fellow Taoist. When the time comes, the faction that this fellow Taoist belongs to will obtain the ownership of Baiwa Island." The Yu Yao suddenly understood. This was a secret auction. No one would bid openly. There would be less competition on the surface, which would undoubtedly be more efficient. Moreover, it was obviously very beneficial to the three-world island. This was because no one knew how valuable Baiwa Island was. Something like this had never happened before. However, the factions that truly wanted to take over Baiwa Island would definitely not be stingy with their bids. This was because they only had one chance to bid. They would only have one chance to easily take over a high-class spirit island. This way, the three-world island would be able to obtain the greatest benefits for themselves. After explaining the rules, Luan Xiaoa said, "Fellow Taoists, you have 5 minutes to discuss. After that, please give me the jade slip with your bids." After she finished speaking, she sat down and waited quietly. In the main hall, divine senses immediately surged. Many Yu Yao took out their musical notes. It was obvious that they wanted to send messages to the factions behind them to ask how they should bid. This was done too hastily. Before the three-world island announced the auction, no one had expected Baiwa Island to be dealt with like this. Hence, no one was prepared. 5 minutes was very short. Hence, if they wanted to take over Baiwa Island, they would have to be very bold. In the main hall, Zhou Chuang and Kong Cheng were also communicating with their divine senses. The Four Directions galaxies also wanted a high-class spirit island. Baiwei Island was a good choice. This way, they could attract more cultivators from the Four Directions galaxies to the 10,000 Elephant Sea. However, they were somewhat hesitant about how to bid. If they bid too low, they would definitely not be able to compete with others. If they bid too high, they would not be able to afford it. Just as they were in a dilemma, Zhou Chuang suddenly sensed the movement of the musical note. He hurriedly took it out, and his eyes lit up. Kong Cheng sensed something and sent a voice transmission. "What's wrong?" Zhou Chuang smiled slightly. "Fellow Taoist, Lu sent a message and asked us to bid any price." Kong Cheng was stunned for a moment. Then joy appeared on his face. "Fellow Taoist, Lu means," Zhou Chuang nodded slightly. Kong Cheng forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and could not help but sigh. "We owe him another big favor." Kong Cheng raised his head and looked at the other Yu Yao in the main hall. He could not help but sigh. These people had been busy, but they probably did not expect that their efforts were destined to be in vain. Baiwei Island was going to be renamed Four Directions Island in the future. Senior brother, fellow Taoist, Lu probably did this because he did not want to expose the relationship between the Three World Islands and Four Directions Island. If that was not the case, there would be no need for such an auction. After Baiwei Island was taken over, the Three World Islands could have easily notified Four Directions Island to take over. Using such an auction as a cover, no one would think that Four Directions Island and the Three World Islands were related. When the results were out, everyone would only think that Four Directions Island had bid the highest. Giving Baiwei Island to the Four Directions galaxies was not Lu Ye's last-minute decision. When he first made the plan, he was actually not completely confident that he could take down Baiwei Island. After all, he could not predict the outcome of such a battle. He could only do his best and leave it to fate. Fortunately, the final result was not bad. The Three World Islands cultivators had a shallow foundation in the Wanxiang Sea. Although the mermaid race was their most solid ally, it was not good to expose the mermaid race. Moreover, the mermaid race's population was too small. The Four Directions galaxies was a natural ally of the Three World Islands. Since that was the case, the better they developed, the better it would be for the Three World Islands. Perhaps they would need the help of Four Directions Island in the future. Therefore, after much consideration, Lu Yi decided to give Baiwei Island to the Four Directions galaxies. No matter what, the Four Directions Islands had helped him when he was plotting against Baiwei Island. Moreover, the Three World Islands had already gained a lot from this battle. Because Baiwei Island was taken over too suddenly, the Baiwei cultivators were not mentally prepared. After taking over the island, the Three World Islands cultivators directly looted Baiwei Island's treasury. They did not loot a lot of spirit jades and spirit crystals, only about 10 to 20 million of them. However, they did loot countless other resources. After all, this was a spiritual island that had been in business for 800 years. Naturally, there were many good things in the treasury. As for the spirit jades and spirit crystals, this was normal. Cultivators needed spirit jades and spirit crystals to cultivate. Baiwei Island might be a high-grade spiritual island, but it did not have a lot of spirit jades and spirit crystals. After all, Baiwei Island did not have any trade activities. In addition, the storage rings of the dead Baiwei cultivators were also collected. After careful calculation, except for Yu Huan, who was killed by Yuan Du, the other Yu Yao's belongings were all in the hands of the Three World Islands. There were also the storage rings of more than 1,000 constellations that had died in battle. Just the income from this alone was already a huge amount of wealth. It could be said that this battle had greatly relieved the financial pressure on the Three World Islands. For a long time in the future, the cultivators of the Three World Islands would be able to live comfortably and would not have to worry about cultivation resources. End of chapter. Chapter 1748. The time it took for a stick of incense to burn was very short. Regardless of whether the Yu Yao present were fully prepared or not, they still paid the price. Inside the hall, Luan Xiao's voice rang out again. More than 10 cultivators from the 3 realms walked into the hall and took the jade slips from the Yu Yao's hands. Luan Xiao was in charge of checking and calculating. Of course, she was just going through the motions. A moment later, she raised her head and smiled. Are the friends from Four Corner Island here? Zhou Chuang and Kong Cheng hurriedly stood up and acted as if they were unfamiliar with Luan Xiao. They cupped their fists and said, Zhou Chuang of Four Corner Island greets, Island Master Luan. Kong Cheng greets, Island Master Luan. Luan Xiao nodded. Four Corner Island's offer is the most sincere. From today onwards, this island belongs to Four Corner Island. As soon as she finished speaking, many Yu Yao in the hall revealed disappointed expressions. These people really wanted to take over Baiwa Island, but missed the opportunity. There were also some who were calm. These people were probably just here to join in the fun. Zhou Chuang and Kong Cheng looked delighted. They acted as if they had picked up a great bargain. Luan Xiao spoke again. My friends, the cultivators from the 3 realms will stay in Baiwa Island for 10 days. During this time, we will do our best to help you construct the island's defenses. At the same time, please prepare the corresponding spiritual jades. When Zhou Chuang heard this, he immediately said gratefully, Thank you very much, Island Master Luan. Previously, he was still a little worried. If the cultivators from 3 World Island left immediately, the defenses would not be complete. If someone attacked, Four Corner Island might not be able to defend itself. However, if the cultivators from 3 World Island stayed for 10 days, the situation would be different. When the defenses here were complete and their defenses were greatly strengthened, unless the enemy's strength far surpassed that of Four Corner Island, they would not be able to take it down. As for the future, Four Corner Island would have to slowly manage it. The longer the island's protective formation was in operation, the more stable it would be. Hence, as long as Four Corner Island could establish a firm foothold in the early stages, there would not be much of a problem. The cultivators from 3 World Island are very thoughtful. Zhou Chuang sighed. The auction of a high-grade spiritual island began without any intense bidding. It started without any warning and ended quietly. It only took a little more than 2 hours. There were many things waiting to be done on Baiwa Island. Furthermore, it had already fallen into the hands of Four Corner Island, so it was naturally inconvenient for you, Yao, to stay any longer. Thus, everyone bid farewell and left. After that, the cultivators of the 4 star systems began to migrate. After receiving Zhou Chuang and Kong Cheng's message, Zhang Tingyi and Gao Zhan led a group of constellations and rushed over. Zhang Tingyi was a Yu Yao from the Grand Heavenly Realm, while Gao Zhan was from the Quiet Moon Realm. The 2 of them, along with Zhou Chuang and Kong Cheng, were the 4 late-stage Yu Yao overseers of the Myriad Phenomenon Sea. The cultivators of the 3 realms were either recuperating or resting. Many of them were assisting the people from the 4 directions star system in building the defenses of the spiritual islands. It was a bustling scene. Lu Yi was also busy cracking the restriction lock on the storage ring. In the battle on Baiwa Island, the Baiwa side had lost more than 1,000 lunar mansions. Even if each person only had 2 storage rings, that was still more than 2,000 storage rings. Even though it was easy for Lu Yi to crack the restriction lock now, it would still take some time. Fortunately, he was not the only one who was busy. He had 2 helpers. One of them was from the Green Dawn Dao world, and the other was from the Jade Conch Dao world. They had some attainments in the Dao of spirit tattoos. Their efficiency in cracking the restriction lock was not as high as Lu Ye's, but they could still be of some help. Luan Xiao, Shui Yuan, Hua Xiai, and Old Tang waited at the side. They took the storage rings that had been cracked, took out the items inside, and sorted them out. Luan Xiaoa was the first island lord. She was in charge of the finances of the Three Realms Island. After the battle ended, Old Tang came to meet everyone. There was a lot of hustle and bustle. Lu Yi was slightly disappointed. This was because he did not find many resources that were suitable for him from the spoils of war. His current desire for cultivation resources was limited to two aspects. One was fire elemental treasures that could provide fuel for his talent tree. The other was items that could improve the quality of his art source. He did find some fire elemental treasures. There were not many of them, but it was better than nothing. As for items that could improve the quality of his art source, there was not a single one. Lu Yi was mentally prepared for this, as treasures that could raise the quality of one's source were often priceless, even in the innumerable phenomenon ocean. The Wanxiang Sea had a large number of constellations, and there were many Yuyao as well. Almost every Yuyao wished to improve the quality of their art source. Naturally, they had a great demand for such treasures. Therefore, if a Yuyao had such an item, they would use it as soon as possible. After all, the earlier they used it, the greater their benefits. Ma Shangxi had obtained a white moon crystal because his art source had already reached its limit. Unless he advanced to the Sunshine Realm, which required faster cultivation efficiency, it would be a waste to improve the quality of his art source. Normally, Yu Yao could only go to the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce to obtain such treasures. Lu Yi had sent a message to the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce's manager, Chao Xiang, 2 months ago, asking him to keep an eye out for any Yu Yao. However, there had been no news from him until now. It was clear how rare such treasures were. It wasn't that the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce hadn't found a single Yu Yao after such a long time. However, there were too many people who needed them. Lu Yi had asked Chao Xiang to keep an eye out for them. Who knew if there were more Yu Yao, and asked the managers of other chambers of commerce to keep an eye out for them? There were bound to be some. Perhaps the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce had obtained some Yu Yao treasures, but Lu Yi hadn't gotten his turn yet. After busying himself for a few days, he finally managed to break the restrictions on those storage rings. He didn't need to worry about the rest. Luan Xiaoa and Tang Jun would handle it. 10 days passed quickly. Baiwa Island, which had been ravaged by the flames of war, had undergone a great change. It once again looked like a high-class spirit island. Most of the defenses were more or less complete. The Four Corners star system would have to fill in some minor details themselves. With Four Corners Island's current lineup of 4 late-stage Yuyao and 1,000 constellations, as well as the existing defenses, it would be impossible to take them down unless someone mobilized twice the strength of Four Corners Island. According to the agreement, the cultivators of the Three Realms prepared to evacuate. On the night before they left, Zhou Chuang and the other 3 Yao hosted banquet to express their sincere gratitude. Everyone from the Three Realms Island attended the banquet, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Zhou Chuang went to find Lu Yi alone and asked for a branch from the reincarnation tree. Lu Yi didn't need to guess what it was for. Baiwa Island's environment was much better than the Four Corners Island that the Four Corners star system had previously occupied. Not to mention the difference in quality of the Spirit Island. Just the size of the island itself was enough. In the past, Four Corners Island could barely accommodate 1,000 constellations. However, the current Baiwa Island could accommodate at least 2,000 people, or even more. The Four Corners star system naturally wanted to dispatch more cultivators here. This way, not only would it increase the defenses of the Spirit Island, but it would also allow more cultivators from the Four Corners star system to benefit from this place and grow faster. Therefore, Zhou Chuang and the others decided to return to the Four Corners star system as soon as possible. However, the journey was long, and it would take at least 1.5 years for a round trip. The next day, Zhou Chuang and the others personally sent the cultivators of the Three Realms off. The Battle of Baiwa Island shook the entire Wanxiang Sea. This battle had created a few miracles that had never been seen before. First of all, the time it took for the battle to end. In the past, it was normal for battles to last for 10 days to half a month. It was also normal for battles to last for 3 to 5 months. The longest battle for a high-class spirit island had even lasted for several years. However, the Battle of Baiue Island had only taken a day from the start to the end. In just one day, an old high-class spirit island that had been in operation for 800 years had completely changed owners. If not for the fact that many people had witnessed this scene with their own eyes, no one would have believed it when the news spread. Baiue Island was not considered a powerful force in the Wansheng Sea, but it was definitely not weak either. No one knew why such a powerful force could not even withstand a single blow from the Three Realms Island. If the time spent on this battle was shocking, then the losses on both sides were enough to be horrifying. Several cultivators from Baiue Island had died in the battle. It was a complete annihilation. Even Yu Huan, who had escaped in the end, was personally killed by Guardian Yuandu for breaking the rules. There were more than 1,000 casualties on the Constellation Island. On the other hand, there was not a single casualty on the Three Realms Island. This kind of loss ratio was simply unimaginable. Many Yu Yao who had gone to watch the battle had reviewed the battle that day. Everyone believed that the most important reason why the Three Realms Island had such a glorious battle record was that they had used some unknown method to infiltrate Baiue Island before the island's protective formation was broken. They had disrupted Baiue Island's deployment. Up until now, no one understood how the cultivators of the Three Realms Island had managed to do this. Many people searched for the surviving cultivators of Baiue Island, hoping to get some useful information from them. However, they did not find anything because even the cultivators of Baiue Island did not know what had happened. They were all on the Spirit Island when the battle suddenly broke out. The more they learned about this battle, the more they felt the terror of the Three Realms Island. On the surface, the 5 Yu Yao and 1,000 constellations of the Three Realms Island appeared to be a standard arrangement. They were not weak, but they were not that strong either. However, all the cultivators who wanted to study this battle knew that what they saw was only the surface. There must be something hidden beneath the deep waters of the Three Realms Island. This was what the Three Realms Island relied on to defeat Baiue Island in this battle. The Three Realms Island's reputation spread far and wide. This led to a phenomenon: such a huge high-class spiritual island, which should have been a treasure land that countless forces coveted and fought over, was left empty for more than 10 days. Unexpectedly, no forces dared to enter it. This was the first time in the history of the vast Vientiane Sea that something like this had happened. Needless to say, the top forces had their own high-class spirit islands. It was not good for them to occupy a second one. Forces that were slightly weaker did not dare to do so because they were afraid of the strength of the Three Realms Island. Everyone knew what happened to Baiue Island. Just because the cultivators of Baiue Island had secretly ambushed a Yu Yao of the Three Realms, the Three Realms Island had mobilized all their forces and destroyed their base. If anyone dared to occupy the Three Realms Island now, they would definitely fight to the death with the cultivators of the Three Realms. No one was willing to repeat the mistakes of Baiue Island. Chapter 1749. Actually, not many people paid attention to the retreat of the Three Realms cultivators from Baiue Island because it was not a big deal. But soon, some news came from the Wansheng Sea, causing countless people to look at the retreating group. It was because the group was not heading towards the Three Realms Island. 20 tiger shark warships led the way, followed by dozens of large planetary ships. They were majestic and filled with murderous intent. It was as if they were going to find someone to cause trouble. Thinking about the previous events, many people suddenly became enlightened. Someone was going to be unlucky. Giant Blade Island. When the Three Realms Island and Baiue Island were fighting, Giant Blade Island had sent out a group of people. They broke through the great formation of the Three Realms Island when no one was guarding it. They stayed on the island for a short period of time, less than half a day. Because Baiwa Island was defeated too quickly, Giant Blade Island immediately retreated from the Three Realms Island when they heard the news. They were afraid that the Three Realms cultivators would come back and beat them up. Although the Three Realms cultivators turned out in full force at that time, everyone believed that Yu Yao of the Three Realms Island must have known about this. Everyone was curious about how they would deal with this matter. In fact, the Three World Island didn't suffer any real losses. The Giant Blade Island had only come for a stroll and then left. They didn't get any benefits, so the Three World Island could just act as if nothing had happened. But at this moment, seeing the majestic aura of the Three Realms cultivators, some people knew that the Three Realms Island was going to take revenge. Acting as if nothing had happened? Impossible. After 10 days of clamor from the Battle of Baiwa, another clamor began. More and more cultivators who received the news followed the Three Realms fleet and headed towards Giant Blade Island. Everyone was worried the Three Realms Island turned out in full force at the slightest provocation. They did not care about the safety of their own spiritual island at all. This was a bit inexplicable. In the entire Wanxiang Sea, even those forces that only occupied a middle-grade spiritual island would treat their island as the greatest treasure. After all, this was the foundation of their forces in the Wanxiang Sea. Even if there was a conflict with an enemy, they would definitely leave behind sufficient defensive forces. The Three Realms Island did not care at all. They were not in a hurry to return after such a good place had been empty for more than 10 days. After leaving Baiwa Island, they turned around and charged towards Giant Blade Island. However, no one dared to target the Three World Island. The Three World Island's insane way of doing things left the countless Yu Yao on the 10,000 Elephant Sea dumbfounded and upset. They imagined what they would do if the Three World Island turned out to be their enemy one day. It seemed that other than facing the enemy head-on, all other tricks were useless. Across the entire Wanxiang Sea, everyone had fought in order during the Battle of the Spiritual Islands. However, the Three World Island was like a hothead, waving his fists and messing up the rhythm. On a starship of the Three Realms fleet, Old Tang was telling Lu Yi and the others about the situation on Giant Blade Island. During the attack on Baiyu, Giant Blade Island sent troops to capture Three World Island. Lu Yi and the others did not pay attention to it at that time, nor did they have the time to pay attention to it. However, Tang Jun, who was quite well informed, naturally found out very quickly. After the Battle of Baiwa Island, the cultivators of the Three Realms were not in a hurry to leave. Firstly, they had to assist the Four Galaxies in building their defenses. Secondly, they had to take the opportunity to rest and reorganize. Giant Blade Island was their next target. Tang Jun also took advantage of this time to inquire about the situation on Giant Blade Island. Comparatively speaking, Giant Blade Island was slightly weaker than Baiyu because it was only a middle-grade spiritual island. Its situation was similar to the Four Galaxies, and its overall strength was similar to the Four Galaxies. Therefore, when Yu Huan sent a message to Giant Blade Island's Zhao Yunqi, the other party could not wait to send troops to attack Three World Island. In his opinion, this was an excellent opportunity to occupy a high-grade spiritual island. In the end, he easily occupied it. At that time, Zhao Yunqi was very complacent. He naively thought that Giant Blade Island would soar into the sky from then on. However, this happiness did not last long. The news of Baiyu's collapse came back. He panicked and hurriedly withdrew his troops. During these 10 days, the cultivators on Giant Blade Island felt like years. No one knew what the Three World Island's attitude towards them was. Only today did they receive definite news. In the conference hall of Giant Blade Island, several Yu Yao gathered. Zhao Yunqi's expression was unsightly. Everyone, the Three World Island's people, are heading towards us. It seems like they are here to settle the score. Then let's fight with them. A burly-bodied cultivator said with an unconvinced expression. I've heard that the three-world island strength is similar to ours. If we really fight, we may not lose. Zhao Yunqi looked at this body, cultivator speechlessly. He felt a headache coming on. A woman beside him sighed and said slowly, "When cultivators fight, they don't fight for strength on the surface. Baiyu Island is very strong. They have 2,000 constellations and have been operating for 800 years. The three-world island took it down just like that. Moreover, there were no casualties. We are not even comparable to Baiyu. How can we resist the three-world island's cultivators who are like wolves and tigers?" The body cultivator was unconvinced. "Junior sister Yu, why do you have to boost their morale and destroy our own? I heard that the main reason Baiyu lost was because the three-world island's people secretly infiltrated their island. As long as we guard against this and defend our spiritual island, what can the three-world island do to us? The key is their infiltration." That junior sister Yu sighed. "Up until now, no one knows how the three-world island's people did it. Therefore, no matter how much we guard against them, we may not be able to guard against them." She paused for a moment and continued, "The most important thing is that the three-world island came with the might of their victory over Baiyu. The constellations on the island are all terrified. The constellations were terrified. Their fighting spirit and battle strength would be affected. Giant Blade Island could not be defended with just a few Yao." Another old man said slowly, "The three-world island's infiltration should not be an easy matter. Baiyu was not prepared. That's why they succeeded. If we take more precautions, we should be able to prevent this from happening. This old man is afraid that this group of people will surround us and not attack." This was something that could happen, and it wasn't a good thing for Giant Blade Island. Once they were besieged, Giant Blade Island's people wouldn't be able to enter or leave. Everyone would be in a state of panic, and problems would definitely arise after a long time. Therefore, the three-world island's attack on Giant Blade Island was a great crisis for Giant Blade Island. Zhao Yunqi was extremely regretful. At that time, he had been possessed and had immediately attacked the three-world island after receiving Yu Huan's message. However, who would have thought that the three-world island would be so savage that they could destroy Baiyu just like that? Now that they had provoked them, it would be very difficult to get rid of them. The Yu Yao discussed for a long time, but were unable to come up with a suitable plan. Soon, a constellation rushed in and reported with an unsightly expression, "Island Masters, the three-world islands people have arrived." The complexions of Zhao Yunqi and the others changed. They came so quickly. A few silhouettes immediately went out of the hall and flew up into the sky. They looked up and saw that the fleet of the three-world island had arrived dozens of miles away from the island. 20 tiger shark battleships were glaring at the island. Many constellations walked out of the starboats and gathered in groups of 3 to 5. They were ready to attack the Giant Blade Island at any time. Zhao Yunqi felt his scalp tingle. In terms of defensive strength, Giant Blade Island couldn't compare to Baiyu Island. Therefore, he wasn't sure how long his island's protective formation could last if the three-world island attacked. He had heard that the three-world island had an extremely special black tortoise formation. It could combine the power of 5 Yu Yao and unleash a heaven-shaking attack. More than 10 days ago, the protective formation of Baiyu Island's central area had been broken through just like that. Many thoughts flashed through Zhao Yunqi's mind. He had already imagined the worst possible scenario. However, he was glad that the three-world island side had only assumed a strong offensive posture and hadn't really attacked. Zhao Yunqi was a quick-witted person. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he knew that today's matter still needed some time. The other side didn't seem to have any intention of attacking directly. Otherwise, they would have already started fighting. He immediately stepped forward and arrived in front of the protective formation. Looking at the place where the Yu Yao of the three-world island were gathered, he cupped his hands and said, "Giant Blade Island's Zhao Yunqi greets fellow Taoists." May I know who is in charge? Luan Xiaoa took a step forward and said coldly, I am the Three World Island's first island master, Luan Xiaoa. So it's Island Master Luan. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Zhao Yunqi exchanged pleasantries and pretended to be surprised. May I know how my giant blade island has offended your esteemed island, that Island Master Luan would lead troops to surround us? Luan Xiaoa looked at him indifferently. If that's what you want to say, then there's no need to say anything. Zhao Yunqi's expression was a little uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to act out. He coughed lightly and said, Then it must be because of the matter from 10 days ago. Island Master Luan, I can give your esteemed island an explanation for this matter. Luan Xiaoa remained silent. Zhao Yunqi said, It's like this. 10 days ago, a group of bandits wanted to harm my giant blade island. After a fierce battle with my giant blade island's cultivators, they fled. This Zhao led troops in pursuit, but that group of bandits actually rushed into your esteemed island to hide. This Zhao had no choice but to charge in and exterminate them. And that's it. It had to be said that Zhao Yunqi's ability to lie through his teeth was quite impressive. His story was very convincing, and there was no trace of falsehood on his face. However, anyone could see that he had lost his momentum. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given such an explanation. As a fellow Yu Yao, Zhao Yunqi didn't want to lower himself. However, Three World Island's side had come with a great victory over Baiyu, not to mention the star mansions of his own island. Even he, as a Yu Yao, was afraid. He couldn't guarantee that Three World Island wouldn't be able to take down Giant Blade Island. Therefore, no matter what, he had to avoid this battle today. It wasn't easy for Giant Blade Galaxy to occupy a mid-grade spirit island in the 10,000 Elephant Sea. If he lost it, he would be the sinner of the entire galaxy. So that's how it is. Just as Zhao Yunqi was on tenterhooks, Luan Xiaoa leisurely replied, But how come I heard that fellow Taoist Zhao led people to attack my three-world formation and broke in? A bunch of nonsense. Zhao Yunqi vehemently denied. This is purely false. Our Giant Blade Island's cultivators only focus on developing ourselves on the 10,000 Elephant Sea. We never have any disputes or conflicts with any other forces. This is something that everyone knows. End of chapter. Chapter 1750. So it's just a misunderstanding? Luan Xiaoa looked at Zhao Yunqi indifferently. Zhao Yunqi said resolutely, It must be a misunderstanding. Luan Xiaoa's expression relaxed a little. That's for the best. Zhao Yunqi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Judging from Luan Xiaoa's words, the other party didn't seem to have any intention of tangling with them. Moreover, since they didn't start a fight as soon as they arrived, today's battle could be avoided. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Luan Xiaoa change the topic. Although it's a misunderstanding, it's a fact that the Three World Island's protective formation was broken. Moreover, many treasures on the island were lost. The corner of Zhao Yunqi's eyes twitched. He knew that things weren't so simple. It turned out that they were waiting for him here. The Three World Island didn't have a bullshit protective formation. It was just a simple maze formation. At that time, the Giant Blade cultivators easily broke it. Moreover, there couldn't be any treasures on the island because they didn't find anything valuable on the island. Zhao Yunqi's heart was bleeding. He knew that he would have to spend money to avoid disaster today. Otherwise, the other party would definitely not let this matter go. Thinking about it, the other party came out in full force and came aggressively. It was impossible for them to say a few words without feeling pain. Moreover, the Giant Blade cultivators did indeed attack the Three World Island. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Yunqi nodded and said, The situation was urgent at that time. We had no choice. The Giant Blade cultivators are willing to compensate for your island's losses. Luan Xiaoa looked at him with satisfaction. Fellow Taoist Zhao is indeed a sensible person. Zhao Yunqi's heart was filled with bitterness. He knew that if he wasn't a sensible person, a battle between the giant blade cultivators and the three-world island would definitely be unavoidable. This was something he urgently needed to avoid. Zhao Yunqi carefully glanced at Luan Xiao and asked, "I wonder how much the protective formation and the lost treasures of your island are worth." Luan Xiao said, "On the way here I made a rough estimate. Let's say it's 20 million spirit jades." Zhao Yunqi felt as if his liver was hurting. 20 million spirit jades wasn't a small amount. Three-World Island didn't have that many spirit jades from Bayou's treasury. Giant Blade Island couldn't compare to Bayou, so they definitely couldn't take out that many spirit jades. The big and small forces on the Wanxiang Sea couldn't have too many spare spiritual jades. Firstly, it wasn't safe. Secondly, the cost of cultivation was high. For a spiritual island like the Giant Blade Island, which didn't have many trading activities, there were very few channels to earn spiritual jades. Most of the spirit jades they used were provided by the local star system, and a small portion was obtained through their own means. Only a small number of spiritual islands with trading activities would have a large reserve of spiritual jades. Luan Xiao had expected this, so she added, "If you don't have spirit jades, you can exchange them for other resources of the same value." Zhao Yunqi still wanted to bargain. "Fellow Taoist Luan," Luan Xiao interrupted him with a cold look in her eyes. 20 million. I don't want any more, and I don't want any less. Your island has half a day to prepare." This was obviously the final ultimatum. In other words, if the Giant Blade Island dared to bargain, or if they couldn't gather 20 million worth of resources in half a day, the Three-World Island would definitely not be polite. Zhao Yunqi was annoyed, but he didn't dare to flare up. After a long silence, he nodded and said, "Fine. Island Master Luan, please wait a moment. I'll go back and prepare." A huge loss. He had only broken a worthless, bewildering formation, and in the end he had to pay 20 million spiritual jades. Moreover, there was no room for negotiation. Zhao Yunqi was sullen and angry, but he couldn't flare up. He turned around and entered the Giant Blade Island. Obviously, he was going to discuss with the other Yu Yaos on the island. On the starboat, Luan Xiao returned. Baichuan asked, "Senior sister, do you think they'll be willing to pay?" "I don't know." Luan Xiao shook her head. 20 million spiritual jades wasn't a small amount, but for an entire galaxy it wasn't too much. If the Giant Blade Island was willing to swallow their anger, they would most likely be willing to pay. After all, the Three-World Island's attack on Bayou was only 10 days ago. Giant Blade Island shouldn't want to start a war with the Three-World Island at this time. "It doesn't matter if they don't pay. We'll just have to fight again." Baichuan was high-spirited. "This Giant Blade Island is clearly in cahoots with Bayou. Since we've offended them today, we might as well go all the way." Luan Xiao shook her head. "It's meaningless to fight with the Giant Blade Island. Let's not talk about whether we can take it down. Even if we can, we won't be able to take down a mid-grade spiritual island." This was different from starting a war with Bayou. Starting a war with Bayou was the Three-World Island's way of showing their strength to the outside world. At the same time, it was also a counterattack. Although this war had started abruptly and ended quickly, it had actually taken 2 months from the preparation to the start of the war. That was why everything went smoothly. If they were to attack the Giant Blade Island now, they wouldn't have so much time to prepare. A mid-grade spiritual island's defense wasn't weak. Even if the Three-World Island could take it down, they would have to pay a certain price. As Luan Xiao said, even if the Giant Blade Island was taken down, the Three-World Island wouldn't be able to take it down. When the Three-World Island's cultivators retreated, it would only benefit others. Bayou Island was a high-grade spiritual island. The ownership rights could be auctioned off. Many forces would be interested. The Giant Blade Island wouldn't be that attractive. Rather than that, they might as well take the benefits without bloodshed. When Bai Chuan heard this, he also felt that it was reasonable. He praised, "Our third island master is the one who strategizes." From the start of the war with Bai Yu to today's attack on the giant Blade Island, it was all Lu Ye's plan in the dark. Luan Xiaoa was only the one in charge on the surface. Now that he thought about it, since 2 months ago, when Lu Yi ordered the 3 World Islands cultivators to retreat from the island and hide in the Huang Snail Palace, he probably already expected today's scene when he used the maze formation to cover the island, using a worthless maze formation in exchange for 20 million spiritual jades worth of cultivation resources. This deal was a huge profit. As expected, the giant Blade Island didn't have the courage to go to war with the 3 World Island. Zhao Yunqi returned 4 hours later with many storage rings. Some of them were spiritual jades. There weren't many, only 8 to 9 million spiritual jades. The rest were all kinds of resources. When put together, the value definitely exceeded 20 million spiritual jades. Luan Xiaoa took them and didn't carefully count them. She chatted with Zhao Yunqi for a while and waved her lily-white hand. The 3 World Islands cultivators who were watching covetously boarded their ships. The fleet set off in the direction of the 3 World Island. When the spectators saw this scene from afar, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Those who wanted to watch the show didn't mind the matter blowing up. Those who had nothing to do naturally hoped that the 2 sides would fight. However, the result didn't go as they wished. Although they didn't know what agreement the 2 islands had reached, the scene of Zhao Yunqi handing over a lot of storage rings to Luan Xiaoa was seen by some people. They immediately understood that the giant Blade Island was spending money to avoid disaster. It was a very wise move, although it was despised. Since there was no more show to watch, the spectators quickly dispersed. The 3 World Island, such a huge spiritual island, was completely empty. There wasn't even a shadow of a person. If it was in the past, this would definitely be impossible. If no one defended such a treasure land, it was destined to be fought over by all the major powers. However, with the battle of the 3 World Island against the Baiyu, no one dared to do so. Because even if they forcibly occupied the 3 World Island, it was unknown whether the hastily built defenses could withstand the wild attacks of the 3 World Islands cultivators. The people of the 3 World Island were crazy. If it wasn't necessary, no one was willing to provoke such a group of lunatics. After the 3 World Islands cultivators returned, the empty spiritual island gained some liveliness. However, because the 3 World Island was too big, the entire spiritual island still seemed somewhat empty. The island's protective formation needed to be rearranged. There were also many defenses that needed to be rebuilt. In a short period of time, the 3 World Islands cultivators wouldn't be able to settle down. However, everyone was in high spirits and full of hope for the future. Lu Yi didn't participate in these trivial matters. After returning to the 3 World Island, he immediately entered a state of cultivation. His previous encounter with Yuan Du had made him feel a sense of crisis. Although on the 10,000 Elephant Sea, the native Rizhao had to follow the rules set by him, and Yuan Du was even forced to personally kill Yu Huan to protect the fairness and justice that he preached, who could guarantee that these Rizhao would always follow the rules. They were the ones who set the rules. If they forcefully broke them, there might be trouble in the future. However, the people who faced Rizhao at that time would have been doomed. Yuan Du was willing to kill Yu Huan because he had weighed the pros and cons. He felt that it was more important to uphold the rules of the Wanxiang Sea than to forcefully protect Yu Huan's life. If there came a day when something forced the native Rizhao to forcefully break the rules he set, the Wanxiang Sea would no longer have any order. In this vast cultivation world, strength was the most important thing. Lu Yi felt that he had to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. At the very least, he had to reach the late stage of Yu Yao. Only then would he be able to barely survive against Rizhao. The Wanxiang Sea was a treasure land, but it was also full of hidden dangers. Fortunately, cultivation was his forte. As long as he had enough talent tree fuel, the Wanxiang Sea, a cultivation place that belonged solely to him, would be able to play an endless role. In the past, he had to control the speed of his cultivation because he was worried that his foundation would be unstable. However, now that he had reached the peak of the constellation realm and had given birth to the flower of the body, he had an extremely solid foundation. With the rainbow lotus nourishing his spirit and spirit were two strong pillars supporting him. Therefore, the speed of his qi improvement didn't affect him too much. As for the Yuyao realm, it was the cultivation of qi. Among the spoils of war obtained from Baiwa Island and Giant Blade Island, there were some fire-type treasures. Lu Yi swallowed all of them. In addition to the treasures he obtained from the Jade Conch realm, his talent tree fuel reserves were quite abundant. Of course, cultivating in the depths of the Wanxiang Sea consumed a lot of energy. When he was cultivating in the Wanxiang Sea, Lu Yi left a talent tree clone to guard the three-world island. It didn't participate in the specific matters, mainly to make it convenient for outsiders to contact him. If anything happened, others wouldn't be able to inform him. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The aftermath of the battle at Baiwa Island had long disappeared. It had only become a topic of conversation among cultivators. The change of ownership of a high-class spiritual island was not a small matter. However, for the vast Wanxiang Sea, it was just a small wave. When the wave passed, it was over. Chapter 1751. In 2 months, the various formations and defenses of the three-world island had been set up. Luan Xiaoa and the others were still guarding the spiritual island, while old Tang ran around every day. It was very tiring. He was not worried about his own safety at all. On the surface, he was not the guardian of the three-world island Yuyao. Therefore, even if someone wanted to attack the three-world island, they would not target him. If he was not the guardian, killing him would be useless. It would not weaken the defenses of the three-world island. Moreover, after the incident with the Bayou, old Tang felt that anyone with a bit of rationality would not do anything to him. Now, everyone knew that the cause of the battle between the three-world island and the Bayou was Yu Yao's sneak attack on Tangjun. Of course, this was only the reason on the surface. Only Yu Yao knew the deeper reason. A sneak attack had caused a high-class spiritual island to change owners. This was a lesson learned for future generations. On this day, Lu Yi, who was cultivating peacefully under the 10,000 Elephant Sea, suddenly felt something. He felt the call of the talent tree clone. The 10,000 Elephant Sea's water had a strong isolating power. Ordinary sound talismans could not be transmitted. However, the connection between the talent tree clone and the original body would not be severed. Therefore, if the clone received any news, it could contact the original body. Lu Yi immediately understood that something big must have happened. Otherwise, the clone would not have contacted the original body. He immediately left the 10,000 Elephant Sea and hurried back to the three-world island. The place where he cultivated was under the three-world island. Therefore, he returned quickly. In the next moment, he found out the details from the clone. His face darkened, and his expression became tense. At his level of cultivation, there were very few things in the world that could make him nervous, unless it was related to the people closest to him. In the area where the cultivators of the three-world island were stationed, Lu Yi headed straight for a bamboo house. This bamboo house was exactly the same as the bamboo house in the Jade Blood Sect's Jade Bamboo Peak. It was Hua Xi's residence. Beside this bamboo house was another one. That was Lu Ye's residence. However, Lu Yi was busy cultivating recently and did not stay here. He rushed into the second floor, like the wind. 2 big figures and 1 small figure stood there. Besides the talent tree clone, there was Shui, Yuan, and Yaya. With the arrival of the main body, the doppelganger appeared in a flash and disappeared. Lu Yi stared ahead, his eyes narrowing. What's going on? There was a translucent, amber-like object in front of him. It was about the size of a water tank, and a figure was sitting inside the amber-like object. She seemed to be in a deep sleep. Her expression was serene and her temperament was dignified. It was Hua Xiai. Lu Yi tried to use his divine will to sense Hua Xi's condition, but he was surprised to find that his divine will couldn't break through the layer of amber. Therefore, he didn't even know if Hua Xiai was dead or alive. Lu Ye's heart was in a mess. There weren't many people he was close to in this world. Only a few people from the Jade blood sect. He and Hua Xiai were in love with each other and had long since decided to spend the rest of their lives together. Although Lu Yi had been running around since leaving 9 regions, and the two had very few opportunities to meet and communicate. Even if they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they wouldn't feel estranged from each other. He had brought her to the Myriad Elephant Sea for his own selfish reasons. This way, they would be able to meet more often. Moreover, she was a medical cultivator, so she would not have to face too many dangers. Lu Yi had never thought that Hua Xiai would have an accident, and it was even on the island. As if sensing Lu Ye's anxiety, Shui Yuan hurriedly comforted him. Junior sister is still alive. Little junior brother, calm down first. Are you sure? Lu Yi hurriedly asked. Shui Yuan took out a musical note. Junior sister's musical note imprint is still here. Lu Yi suddenly understood. If the musical note imprint was still here, it meant that she was fine. He had forgotten about it in a moment of panic. Otherwise, he could have verified it himself. After calming down a little, Lu Yi asked, "What happened?" Shui Yuan smiled bitterly and shook her head. "I don't know. It was already like this when I came over." She and Hua Xiai were in charge of the pill room, and they were responsible for refining various kinds of spirit pills for the cultivators on the island. Their daily tasks were relatively leisurely, so they had a lot of time to themselves. According to the original plan, the 2 women were supposed to refine a batch of spirit refining pills today. However, after waiting for a long time at the pill room, Shui Yuan still didn't see Hua Xiai. She also didn't respond to her message, so she personally came to check. In the end, she saw that Hua Xiai was sealed in this piece of amber. She didn't know what happened, but she hurriedly sent a message to Lu Yi, and then Lu Yi hurriedly rushed over. After listening to Shui Yuan's explanation, Lu Ye's brows furrowed even more. He took a step forward and reached out to touch the amber. It was warm to the touch, like a piece of yellow jade. He activated his transcendence energy, but Lu Yi found that his transcendence energy was quickly devoured by the amber and disappeared. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see what this amber was at all. He didn't give up and activated his transcendence energy even more fiercely. However, no matter how hard he tried, the amber was like a bottomless pit, and he couldn't see its depth at all. "Junior brother, look." Shui Yuan suddenly discovered something and pointed inside the amber. Lu Yi looked in the direction of her finger and saw that inside the amber there was something on Hua Xi's knees. After taking a closer look, Lu Yi recognized what this thing was. This was Hua Xi's toad demonic beast. This woman had collected many poisonous demonic beasts in the 9 provinces back then, and the toad was only one of them. Lu Yi remembered that there were also scorpions, poisonous snakes, and spiders. The last time Lu Yi returned to the 9 provinces to see Hua Xiai, these little creatures under her command had made things difficult for him for a while. However, according to Lu Ye's knowledge, before Hua Xiai came to the 10,000 Elephant Sea, she had dismissed most of her demonic beasts and only kept this toad by her side. When Lu Yi was here, he had seen this demonic beast a few times, but it was usually the size of a house, like a door guardian. He didn't expect that, at this moment, it had actually become the size of a rabbit and was quietly crawling on Hua Xi's knees. What Lu Yi was concerned about wasn't its size, but the fact that this toad had obviously undergone some unusual changes. In the past, this thing had lumps all over its body and didn't look likable at all. It was hard to imagine that a gentle person like Hua Xiai would actually like such a poisonous creature. However, considering her identity as a poison doctor, it was understandable. At this moment, this toad had obviously changed greatly. The lumps on the surface of its body had disappeared, and its entire body was suffused with a layer of gold. Moreover, there were many strange markings on the surface of its body. Lu Yi stared at these markings with rapt attention. No matter how he looked at them, they seemed familiar. These markings, weren't they the shape of the treasure coin that he had handed to Hua Si for safekeeping? Then he thought of the amber that wrapped Hua Si and had the characteristic of devouring his magic power. Lu Ye's heart thumped, and he turned to look at Shui Yuan. "Where's that treasure coin?" Shui Yuan was one of the few people who knew about the treasure coin's existence. This was because Shui Yuan was beside Lu Yi when he handed the treasure coin to Hua Si for safekeeping. Shui Yuan was stunned for a moment and hurriedly said, "The treasure coin has always been in Hua Si's hands." Lu Yi turned to look at the golden toad on Hua Si's knees and vaguely realized one thing. This unforeseen event was most likely related to that treasure coin. He had always felt that the treasure coin was a special kind of treasure. As long as it devoured enough energy, it could even exert the effect of restraining sunlight. However, he didn't expect that it would cause such an unforeseen event. If Lu Yi could think that Hua Si's unforeseen event was related to the treasure coin, Shui Yuan naturally also thought of it. She quickly recalled another matter. Junior brother, junior sister's toad demonic beast seems to be very interested in the treasure coin. There were a few times when junior sister took it out to play with it. That toad stuck out its tongue as if it wanted to eat the treasure coin. Lu Yi turned to look at Shui Yuan. Shui Yuan said suspiciously, "Could it be that the treasure coin was eaten by it? That's why all these things happened." This wasn't impossible. The treasure coin was originally something obtained from the body of a star beast. If a star beast could eat it, a demonic beast could naturally eat it as well. However, what was this layer of amber that was like a seal? Why would it cause such a change? At that time, the star beast that ate the treasure coin could only slightly activate the power of the treasure coin. It wasn't sealed. "Pai Xiao!" A childish voice suddenly came from the side. Lu Yi and Shui Yuan turned their heads to look and saw Yaya standing at the side. She tilted her head and looked at the golden toad sealed in amber. Yaya had always been taken care of by Hua Si and Shui Yuan together. Therefore, she had been by their side for a long time. This time, Shui Yuan came to find Hua Si and brought her along. Previously, the little girl didn't speak and Lu Yi didn't care. Who knew that she would say something shocking at this moment? Lu Yi composed himself and squatted down. "Yaya, what did you say just now?" Yaya was sunshine. Although her mind was damaged and she was usually like a child, her knowledge and experience were not something he could compare to. Perhaps she saw something. "Pai Xiao!" Yaya pointed at the golden toad. "It's taking back the power that originally belonged to it." This time, Lu Yi was sure that he didn't hear wrong. "Pai Xiao!" This was an existence on the same level as the legendary dragon, phoenix, and white tiger. Speaking of which, a Pai Xiao seemed to look like a golden toad. The toad demonic beast that Hua Si subdued in the Cloud River battlefield was actually a Pai Xiao? This wasn't impossible. The former 9 regions were extremely powerful. It was reasonable that there were many ferocious beasts living in the domain. Just like the true fire of the phoenix that Lu Yi obtained in his early years, that was a legacy of the former 9 regions. There was also the black tortoise's demon core and the white tiger's bloodline in amber. The toad that Hua Si subdued might not be a real Pai Xiao, but it definitely had the bloodline of a Pai Xiao. This woman was most likely vaguely aware of this, or perhaps she simply sensed that the toad demonic beast was different from the rest. That was why she left it behind before leaving the 9 regions. If that was the case, then as the toad's strength continued to increase, it might slowly awaken the bloodline of a Pai Xiao and possess some of the abilities of a Pai Xiao. However, Lu Yi handed the treasure coin to Hua Si for safekeeping. Yaya said that the Pai Xiao was taking back the power that originally belonged to it. Shui Yuan also said that the toad was very interested in the treasure coin. Didn't this mean that the treasure coin was the manifestation of the power of a Paisho? By chance, a demonic beast with the bloodline of a Paisho devoured the treasure coin condensed from the power of a Paisho. This caused this unforeseen event. Chapter 1752. Lu Yi wasn't sure if his guess was right, but from the information he had, this was the only reasonable explanation. If that was the case, then Hua Xiai shouldn't be in danger. She should have been accidentally affected by the power of the Paisho, so she was sealed in the amber. After the Paisho completely refined the power of the treasure money, this amber would most likely disappear by itself. Yeah, when will Aunt Hua wake up? Lu Yi asked. Yi shook her head. I don't know. Suddenly, she tilted her head. But it needs a lot of energy. Energy? Lu Yi was puzzled for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Just now, he had tried to use his transcendence energy to investigate the amber, and the result was that it was completely devoured. This undoubtedly proved that Yi Ye's words were true. Thinking about the characteristics of the treasure coin and the legendary ability of the Paisho, Lu Yi immediately understood one thing. Enough energy must be provided to this amber. Perhaps it could accelerate the growth of the Paisho. In this way, Hua Xiai could escape from it faster. This was not difficult to do. He just had to use his mana to continuously pour it into the amber. Lu Yi did not do so. Instead, he took out a piece of spiritual jade from his storage ring and stuck it on the amber. A bizarre scene appeared. It was clearly a very hard piece of spiritual jade, but at this moment it was like a snowflake under the scorching sun. It quickly melted and then seeped into the amber. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. This amber still retained the characteristics of the treasure money. When the treasure money first devoured the spiritual jade, it was like this. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yi said, I'll send Hua Xiai to the Emperor's Snail Palace. It was unrealistic to ask someone to constantly circulate their magic power here, or to get a large amount of spiritual jades for the amber to devour. Moreover, the consumption was too great. If the amber simply needed enough energy, then the 10,000 Elephant Sea was undoubtedly the best choice. Sending the amber that sealed Hua Xiai and the Paisho to the Emperor's Snail Palace, and then let the mermaid clan help take care of it, would save both worry and effort. Shui Yuan understood his plan, nodded slightly, and took out the Qinghai snail. At this moment, she was only glad that the Qinghai snail was in her hands. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to contact the mermaid clan. Next, Shui Yuan blew the azure sea snail and opened the door to the Huang Snail Palace. Lu Yi put the amber in front of her into the little flower world and then stepped through the door. It had been a long time since Lu Yi had come to the Huang Snail Palace. Now that Yen Miao had stayed on the three-world island for a long time, second elder Yu, she was in charge of the Huang Snail Palace. The relationship between the three-world island and the mermaid clan was growing closer by the day. Naturally, there was no need for formalities between them. Seeing Yushi explain the situation and take out the amber that sealed Hua Xiai and Paisho from the little flower world, Yushi immediately knew what to do. Not long after, a large piece of amber was placed at the edge of the royal conch palace. It was surrounded by seawater, and Lu Yi could clearly sense that this piece of amber was madly devouring the water of the myriad sea. It seemed like he was right. The treasure money could devour the water of the 10,000 Elephant Sea, and so could the amber. In this case, as long as the amber continued to stay here, there would be enough energy to devour. It would definitely speed up the growth of the Paisho and Hua Sea's escape. Lu Yi told Yushi to find someone to take good care of Hua Xiai and to contact the three-world island immediately if there were any abnormalities. Only then did Lu Yi reluctantly leave. The door could only be opened for a limited time. If he stayed here for too long, he would have to wait for Shui Yuan to open the door again. After returning to the three-world island, Lu Yi spread out his divine perception and frowned. The development of the three-world island was a little different from what he had expected. Coincidentally, Old Tang returned from outside on his planetary boat. He walked straight in and saw him. Old Tang glanced at him. "Brat, you've come out of seclusion." Old Tang was truly envious of Lu Yi. He focused on improving his own strength and didn't have to worry about anything else. Back on the Matchless Island, this brat was also like this. He was born to be a shopkeeper who didn't have to do anything. On the other hand, Old Tang, who was half buried in the ground, had to run around tirelessly. Old Tang was indeed envious, but he didn't have any complaints. This was because he had no more potential. But Lu Yi had endless potential. Lu Ye's improvement in strength would also bring benefits to the three-world island in the future. Everyone was just using different methods to contribute their strength. There was no difference in strength. "What's the situation now?" Lu Yi asked. "Why is our three-world island still so quiet?" Back then, they had decided to attack the bayou for two reasons. First, they wanted to take revenge. Second, they wanted to show the three-world island's strength to the outside world. They wanted to let the countless merchants who were watching in the dark know that the cultivators of the three-world island were qualified to establish a foothold in the three-world island. Only then would the merchants from various factions be willing to settle down in the three-world island and set up shop. The battle against the bayou was a great success. Yu Yao's army was completely annihilated, and more than half of the constellations were killed. The three-world island's fame spread throughout the myriad phenomenon sea. According to Lu Ye's thoughts, even if the situation on the three-world island couldn't compare to the situation on the Matchless Island, it should still be lively. However, that wasn't the case. Apart from the cultivators on the three-world island, there wasn't a single outsider. The commercial district that had been built was still empty. There were no merchants open for business. Tang Jun couldn't help but sigh. "We seem to have overdone it." "What do you mean?" Lu Yi didn't understand. Old Tang glanced at him leisurely. "In the battle against the bayou, didn't you bring fellow Taoist Ma to chase after Yu Huan? I heard that you and Yuan didn't get along very well, and you even forced him to kill Yu Huan?" Tang Jun didn't know about this at first. Later, the news slowly spread, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Even if he didn't personally experience it, he could imagine the danger Lu Yi faced at that time. It was hard for him to imagine how Lu Yi survived under the hands of a murderous Rizhao. There was such a thing. Lu Yi nodded. Under Yuan Cheng's hint, Yu Huan requested Rizhao to arbitrate. However, Yuan Du suddenly appeared and suppressed him without asking any questions. He even wanted to kill him. At that time, they really didn't get along well. Yuan Du is one of the 5 great guardians of the myriad phenomenon sea, Rizhao. Yu Huan was obviously under his care. He was forced to kill him with just a few words from you. He also wants to save face. Old Tang patted his old face as he spoke. On the surface, we've completely offended Yuan Du. The three-world island is indeed a good place. It's not that those merchants can't see it, but they also have scruples in their hearts. Wouldn't they offend Yuan Du if they came to the three-world island to open a shop? Lu Yi suddenly understood. So this was the problem. No wonder Old Tang said he used too much force. If there were no twists and turns in the Battle of Bayou, and everything went according to the original plan, the three-world island would be prosperous and lively at this moment. The cultivators of the three-world island had already proven their ability. The merchants of the major forces didn't have to worry too much and naturally flocked in. But the situation was different now that the three-world island had offended a Rizhao. Like Yuan Du, the Rizhao guardians didn't usually show their faces. They were all in their palaces on the myriad phenomenon island, but any cultivator who wanted to survive in the myriad phenomenon sea couldn't ignore their existence, especially those merchants. They were after money. No matter who they offended, they wouldn't offend a Rizhao guardian. Yuan Du said something. Lu Ye's eyes turned cold. Old Tang laughed. He didn't say anything about this matter. Rizhao also wants to save face. However, Yuan Cheng did spread some words. I don't know if he was instructed by Yuan Du. Lu Yi didn't need to ask. He could roughly guess what Yuan Cheng said. It was nothing more than some threats. Lu Yi frowned. After the Battle of Baiyu, the three-world island had obtained a lot of spoils. Later, they received 20 million spiritual jades from the giant Blade Island. In the short term, the cultivators of the three-world island didn't have to worry about cultivation. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. Originally, he thought that as long as the three-world island developed, the cultivators of the three-world island wouldn't have to worry about spiritual jades for cultivation. However, 2 months had passed since the Battle of Baiyu, and the situation hadn't changed. Old Tang had been doing this for the past 2 months. He tried to rope in some well-known merchants to settle in the three-world island. He even offered many attractive conditions, such as free rent. However, he didn't get anything. Then he thought of starting with Rizhao. The three-world island had offended one Rizhao. If they could get another Rizhao to help them, they could break out of their current predicament. There were 5 Rizhao in the Myriad Phenomenon Sea. 3 of them were newcomers and could be chosen. Yuan Du had already been ruled out. There was still 1 Rizhao from the Tianyan realm that Old Tang didn't want to find. As such, Old Tang could only choose 1 person. In actuality, Old Tang had already made plans for this even before the war against the Yu. No matter what the result of the Battle of Baiyu was, it was necessary to find a Rizhao. Since he was new, he would probably be willing to accept a high-class spirit island. However, the truth was just as Lu Yi had said. Yuan Du had already expressed his interest in the three-world island. As a native of the Myriad Phenomenon Sea, Rizhao naturally wouldn't go against Yuan Du. Therefore, there had been no progress in the matter of finding a Rizhao. Old Tang settled for the next best thing. He even went to find Rizhao from the Tianyan realm. However, Rizhao also ignored him. There was no one to find a Rizhao, and he couldn't rope in any merchants. The three-world island had remained in its original state until today. Although Lu Yi had left a talent tree clone on the island, it usually didn't go out at all. Therefore, he didn't know about these things. He naively thought that he would see a prosperous and lively three-world island this time. It could be said that the current situation of the three-world island was somewhat awkward. If the three-world island was like Baiyu, it wouldn't be a big deal. Their own cultivators could cultivate in seclusion and no one could stop them. However, Baiyu had the support of an entire galaxy. The local galaxy could support most of the cultivation needs of Baiyu cultivators. The three-world island didn't have that. They had to rely on themselves. Moreover, when Lu Yi chose the three-world island, he had already made up his mind to turn it into a spirit island like the unparalleled island. Now that everything was ready, the three-world island could be considered to have a firm foothold. However, because of Rizhao's hostility, the development of the three-world island was forcibly stifled. End of chapter. Chapter 1753. Faced with such a situation, Lu Yi felt helpless. He didn't know what to do. In fact, there was one more thing that Old Tang didn't tell Lu Yi. Yuan Cheng had already announced that unless the three-world island was willing to pay him a visit and apologize, they would never be able to rise again. Yuan Du hadn't been willing to accept Tang Jun's visit because he didn't think much of the three-world island. After all, before Lu Ye's return, the three-world island wasn't strong on the surface. He felt that the cultivators of the three-world island wouldn't be able to protect their foundation. However, the situation was different now. The three-world island had shown their strength and even defeated Baiyu Island. Unless a top force made a move, no force on the 10,000 manifestations sea would be foolish enough to find trouble with the three-world island. In other words, the three-world island had earned the right to visit Yuan Du. However, Rizhao couldn't lose face. If the three-world island wanted to visit Yuan Du, they would have to show their sincerity. Paying him a visit and apologizing was only the first step. Old Tang knew that Lu Yi wouldn't agree to such a thing, so he naturally wouldn't mention it to him. While the two were talking, a hearty voice suddenly came from outside. Bai, and from the Stone Clan, is here to visit. Is fellow Taoist Lu Yi here? Lu Yi looked up and saw a star boat hovering outside the island. A burly figure stood on the star boat. Who else could it be but Baiyan? Tang Jun looked at Lu Yi in surprise. You're related to the Stone Clan? Lu Yi explained. The Filth Clan invaded outside the Jade Conch boundary. I saved him. Old Tang was enlightened. So it's him. Bai Chuan had already told the Yu Yao on the island about the Filth Clan. Everyone knew that Lu Yi had saved a Yu Yao from the Filth Clan. They didn't expect him to take the initiative to visit them today. Lu Yi also didn't expect Baiyan to come. When they arrived at the 10,000 Manifestations Galaxy, they parted ways. Bai and said that he wanted to return to the 5-color domain. However, before he left, he did ask Lu Yi where to find him if he came to the 10,000 Manifestations Sea again. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Baiyan came. While they were talking, Lu Yi sent a voice transmission to Luan Xiaoa, asking her to open an opening in the Jade Slit Formation. Lu Yi and Tang Jun were already waiting. Brother Lu! Ding Dang grinned. Compared to when he was first rescued, he was undoubtedly much more enthusiastic. Fellow Taoist! Lu Yi returned the salute. Suddenly, he caught sight of another figure behind Swanee. Moreover, that person looked somewhat familiar. When he took a closer look, he realized that he really knew her. Bouldering. Lu Yi had experienced the Shi clan's powerful physique for the first time. Back then, everyone was only at the Divine Sea level and had participated in the Battle of the Divine Sea level in the Alpha Origin stage. Hua Shi looked at Lu Yi suspiciously. The moment their eyes met, his mouth fell open. He was from the Stone Race, and so was Baiyan. They both came from the 5-color region, so there must be some relationship between them. The reason why he came was mainly because he had heard about Lu Yi. He was very curious about whether this Lu Yi was the same person he knew. Now that he saw it, he realized that it really was the case. How did you become Yueyao? Hua Shi was shocked. They were both at the Divine Sea level back then, and he believed that his cultivation speed was not slow. Moreover, he had a top-tier domain behind him, so he did not have to worry about resources. But now he was only at the mid-stage constellation realm, and Lu Ye's cultivation had already surpassed his by an entire realm. This was simply too shocking. Impudent, call me Martial Uncle. Bayer slapped the back of Boulder's head, causing a loud bang. Stone chips flew everywhere and Boulder staggered. He called Lu Yi brother and was Hua Shi senior. From his point of view, it was only right for Hua Shi to call Lu Yi martial uncle. Hua Shi clutched the back of his head, his face alternating between green and red. He did not know what to think. Lu Yi hurriedly said, Brother Hua Shi and I are old acquaintances. Let's talk about our own matters. This was actually not uncommon in the cultivation world. After all, it was difficult to link a cultivator's age, seniority, and strength. Cultivators who were not directly related to each other did not need to be too strict about how they addressed each other. Swanee was also someone who did not care about trifles. He laughed when he heard this. As long as brother is happy. Why are you here, brother? Lu Yi asked. Swanee said, I returned to the 5-color domain and was sent to the Wanxiang Sea to oversee the 5-color island. I came to see you. Swanee's late-stage Yao cultivation was indeed qualified to oversee the Wanxiang Sea. Moreover, the 5-color island was one of the few top-tier spiritual islands on the Wanxiang Sea. Only top-tier factions could occupy such a spiritual island. The 5-color domain was qualified to do so. Only top-tier factions could occupy such a spiritual island. The 5-color domain was qualified to do so. Then we should visit each other more often in the future, Lu Yi said with a smile. Old Tang said, let's talk inside. Don't just stand there. This is not how the 3-world island treats its guests. Lu Yi came to a realization and hurriedly excused himself. After a short while, the host and guest took their seats in the guest hall. The Yu Yao of the Three-World Island had heard the news and arrived. Everyone knew that Lu Yi had saved Yu Yao from the filth tribe in the Jade Snail Galaxy. No one expected Yu Yao to take the initiative to visit them today. Moreover, the Stone Tribe was not weak. As one of the few top-tier spiritual islands on the Wanxiang Sea, the Five-Color Island's reputation was not something the Three-World Island could compare to. Such an existence was naturally worthy of the Three-World Islands' Yu Yao's hospitality. The Yu Yao chatted and laughed. Bai Shi stood behind Swanee in a daze. Even now, he still could not accept the fact that Lu Yi was Yu Yao. However, he could not help but feel motivated. He felt that he was not inferior to anyone. If Lu Yi's cultivation speed was so fast, why couldn't he? When he returned, he had to go into seclusion and break through to Yu Yao as soon as possible. After chatting for a while, Swanee changed the topic and looked at Lu Yi. "Brother, I took a look at your island's deployment just now. You have reserved a large commercial area, right?" Lu Yi nodded. "Yes." Swanee raised his eyebrows. "That's not bad. When will your island be open for leasing?" "Brother, you mean?" Lu Yi had a vague guess. Swanee said, "The Five-Color Merchant Guild has always wanted to open a branch. We've chosen a few places before, but none of them are good enough. I think the Three-World Island is a good choice, so I intend to open a branch here." The Myriad Elephant Guild was not the only guild on the 10,000 Elephant Sea. There were many forces from all over the universe, big and small, strong and weak. Those with strength could occupy a spiritual island on the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Those without strength could only travel around. Regardless of whether they had the strength to occupy a spiritual island, these forces had the backing of a realm or even an entire galaxy. Without a spiritual island, if they wanted to survive on the 10,000 Elephant Sea, they either had to find work on Laika Island or bring goods from their own realm's galaxy to sell. For example, Anja, who sold the Dragon Breath crystal to Lu Yi, did not have a strong backing, so he could not occupy a spiritual island. However, he could still open a shop on Peerless Island. This was because the realm he was from had its own specialties, which he could use to exchange for spiritual jades. If Anja could expand his shop and gather more goods, he could develop into a merchant guild. As a top-tier realm, the Five-Color domain was naturally rich in resources, especially Earth-type resources. Although the Five-Color Merchant Guild was not as famous as the Myriad Elephant Guild on the 10,000 Elephant Sea, their foundation was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the Five-Color Merchant Guild did have a precedent of opening a branch on another spiritual island. After Swanee said this, Tang Jun's face immediately lit up. However, he did not say anything, but looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi pondered for a while before saying, "Brother, I'm sure you've heard about the situation of the Three-World Island." Swanee did not come here just to see him. His main purpose was to open a branch on the Three-World Island. This was undoubtedly Swanee repaying his debt. Swanee grinned. "Of course I've heard about the Three-World Island. Unfortunately, I was not there when you attacked the bayou 2 months ago. Otherwise, I would have gone to cheer you on." He could not interfere directly, as it would go against the rules of the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Cheering on would not be a problem. He had only heard about the details of the battle between the Three-World Island and the bayou from his own tribe after arriving at the 10,000 Elephant Sea half a month ago. Changing the topic, Swanee revealed a disdainful expression. "When the Five-Color domain does things, we do not need to look at anyone's face. Even if he is a sunshine, as long as he does not go against the rules of the 10,000 Elephant Sea, no one can do anything to him. Now that I am the guardian of the Five-Color Island, Yu Yao, I have the right to decide where to open a branch. Therefore, brother, you don't have to worry." When Yu Yao heard Swanee's bold words, she could not help but yearn for the day when the Three-World Island would not need to look at other people's faces. However, a foundation was not something that could be casually accumulated. Swanni's confidence came from the sunshine in the five-color domain. On the other hand, there was not a single sunshine in the Jade conch galaxy. Moreover, I do have high hopes for the three-world island. In the entire 10,000 elephant sea, the three-world island is the largest among the high-class spiritual islands. Everyone has already planned for this. With such a large high-class spiritual island in operation, its popularity in the future will be immeasurable. Therefore, my decision to open a branch of the five-color Chamber of Commerce is not purely a personal decision. I am considering this from the standpoint of the entire five-color island. There are 5 guardian Yu Yao on the island. If it is not reasonable, the other 4 Yu Yao will not agree to my proposal. Although this was what he said, if Lu Yi had not saved his life back then, this would not have happened. Indeed, the five-color island did not need to worry too much about Yuan Du, however, unless it was absolutely necessary. Even the five-color island would not be willing to offend Sunshine. Swanni's actions were subjective. Firstly, it was to repay a debt of gratitude. Secondly, it was an objective judgment. Lu Yi was well aware of this. However, since Swanni had already put it this way, he naturally would not refuse. If he really did, it would be too hypocritical. The three-world island's current awkward situation was indeed in urgent need of an opening. Bai En's resolution could be said to have helped Three-World Island when it was at its most awkward moment. End of chapter. Chapter 1754. Bai En had decided to open a branch of the Rainbow Chamber of Commerce on Three-World Island. Moreover, this decision had already been approved by the other 4 Yu Yao on the island. This was exactly what the Three-World Island wished for. One had a request, and the other had a response. The atmosphere in the hall immediately became lively. Lu Ye's meaning was that, since Bai Cheng had helped them so much, the rental fee should be waived. However, Bai Cheng was adamant about not accepting. According to him, if it was just his personal help, he would be happy to accept the rental fee. However, this was a cooperation between Five-Color Island and Three-World Island, so there were some things that had to be done according to the rules. This was purely a business cooperation. It had nothing to do with the standpoints of the 2 spiritual islands. Lu Yi understood tacitly and did not force the issue. Then I'll choose the biggest and best area. Tao Wu opened his mouth. In such a superior spiritual island, there was a large amount of empty land. Naturally, whoever entered first would have the advantage. Since Tao Wu represented the five-colored island, he would not be polite after discussing some details. Lu Yi smiled and said, "Brother, you can do whatever you want." After that, the Yu Yao of the Three-World Island personally accompanied Bai En on a tour around the island. As expected, Bai En chose the largest and best piece of land as the foundation for the Rainbow Chamber of Commerce's branch. After everything was settled, Bai En bid farewell and left. The people of Rainbow Island would take care of the follow-up matters. He was only in charge of a general direction and couldn't do everything himself. Lu Yi tried to persuade him to stay, but Swan and I smiled and said, "In the future, we will all be in the 10,000 elephant sea. If there is time to talk, it is better to settle the matters of the branch as soon as possible. Brother, if you are free, you can go to the five-colored island. I will treat you well." Lu Yi and the other Yu Yao watched as Bai En left. Only when the star boat disappeared from their sight did Luan Xiaoa and the others' faces lit up. Old Tang even clenched his fists and exclaimed, "This is great!" No one expected that the awkward situation of Three-World Island would be broken by Bai En. Lu Yi also didn't expect that the Stone Clan, whom she had accidentally saved from the Filth Clan, would play a crucial role at this time. The development of the Three-World Island had finally broken through the stalemate and taken the first step. Yu Yao felt that this was too difficult. Of course, after taking the first step, the subsequent steps would still be very difficult. However, the dawn had already torn through the darkness, and they finally saw hope. It was certain that there were many pairs of eyes secretly observing the situation on the three-world island. It wouldn't be long before the news of the Rainbow Chamber of Commerce opening a branch on the three-world island spread. At that time, what choice would the merchants make? Thinking about it from another perspective, if Lu Yi and the others were merchants, how could they not be tempted by a treasure like the three-world island? The backgrounds of these businesses were mostly weak forces. They couldn't occupy the spiritual islands. They could only enter the spiritual islands in the name of opening up shops. While they sold their own specialties, they also enjoyed the rights to cultivate on the spiritual islands. However, there were not many spiritual islands in the Wanxiang Sea that were qualified for the Shang family to settle in. Normally, there would be competition for such qualifications. Now that the three-world island could provide a large number of places, how could the Shang family not be tempted? However, because of Yuan Du, no one dared to cooperate with the three-world island. The five-colored island did not care about Yuan Du's threat. As a top-grade spiritual island, it had the right to do so. Anyway, as long as they did not break the rules, Yuan Du could not do anything to them. Moreover, Lu Yi had saved Tao Wu's life. Tao Wu wanted to repay him, which led to today's cooperation. Old Tang, with the five-colored island making a good start, do you think the situation will change? Lu Yi asked. Tang Ju nodded and said, there will definitely be changes. However, I'm afraid it won't be effective in a short period of time. Yuan Du's deterrence is nothing to the five-colored island. But those small merchants dare not ignore it. Yuan Du can't deal with the five-colored island, but can't he deal with them? However, in the Wanxiang Sea, these small merchants are the most common. After pondering for a while, Old Tang said, right now we have two choices. The first is to continue to think of a way to visit the mountains. The three newcomers are already hopeless, but I haven't visited the other two. We can give it a try. As long as they relent, the future of our three-world island will be smooth sailing. I don't believe that the Rizhao of the Wanxiang Galaxy are united. What's the other choice? Luan Xiao asked. Although she was the great island master, her connections were not as good as Old Tang's. Therefore, Old Tang was in charge of the development of the three-world island. Tang Jun said, the second choice is, of course, to rope in more big forces. Today, Five-Colored Island has already decided to open a branch here. If we can rope in a few more big forces to settle here, the situation can be completely opened. We don't need too many, just 5 more. No, 3 will do. This was indeed a solution. If the Five-Colored Island did not give Yuan Du face, it would affect his prestige, but it would not cause too much of a problem. However, if 3 to 5 powers did the same, those small merchants and small families would definitely follow the trend. Because of the situation, they did not need to be afraid of Yuan Du if Yuan Du wanted to deal with them. He would first have to deal with the large powers that had moved in first. Hearing Tang Jun's words, Lu Yi sighed in his heart. Wu Zhua, I can only trouble you to stay in the Qingli Dao world for a while. It's not that I don't keep my promise, but I have to think of the big picture. Before returning to the Vientiane Galaxy, Wu Zhua repeatedly told Lu Yi to let Old Tang go back to the Qingli Dao world and take his place in the Vientiane Sea. In Wu Zhua's opinion, Old Tang was old and weak. He had no future at all, so it was better to let him work hard. However, now it seemed that Old Tang's role here could not be replaced by just anyone. He did not have a future on the path of cultivation, and his strength was not good. But having an old man at home was like having a treasure. I'll go take care of this now. Tang Jun did as he said and quickly left. Looking at the direction Old Tang left, Lu Yi thought for a while and said, I'll go out for a while. Ma Shangxi was loyal and wanted to follow, but Lu Yi stopped him. Stay here and take care of the situation. Although after the last battle, there shouldn't be any forces that would come looking for trouble with the three-world island, there were some things that couldn't be left unguarded. Ma Shangxi could be said to be the strongest person on the surface of the three-world island. If he stayed behind, In case someone came to attack, their defenses would be stronger. Moreover, Lu Ye's trip would not take too long. Ma Shangxi accepted the order. Lu Yi summoned his planetary boat and flew out. Half a day later, he left the 10,000-elephant sea and flew into the depths of the starry sky. If the future of the three-world island was dark before today, then Bai An's arrival had brought a ray of light to this deep darkness. However, this was not enough. If they wanted to completely change the situation, they would need to work harder. Old Tang already had a plan. Lu Yi did not know whether it would be effective or not, but he thought of a possibility, so he wanted to give it a try. If it worked, everyone would be happy. Even if it did not work, they would not lose anything. It was not wrong to prepare for the future of the three-world island. Driving the planetary boat, Lu Yi thought about all the possible scenarios in his mind and made a few deductions. Suddenly, a sense of danger rose in his heart. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of an abnormal darkness from the corner of his eyes. Lu Yi raised his hand and pressed on the mountain pan saber at his waist. At the same time, he instinctively leaned to the side. In the next instant, the darkness flashed before his eyes. Lu Yi suddenly felt his right hand become empty, and he lost all feeling in his right arm. Blood spurted out. Lu Ye's face was cold. He could clearly see that there was a huge wound on his chest, and he could even see his beating heart in his chest. His right arm had been cut off at the base. It was only at this moment that an intense pain suddenly hit him. He had been ambushed, and he had suffered a great loss in the first exchange. For Lu Yi, who had been cultivating for so long, this was the first time he had suffered such an injury. It was not that he was not vigilant enough. After all, 2 months ago, he and Yuan Du had a very unpleasant fight, and he had even been forced to slap his own face. On the surface, the Sunshine Guardian had to abide by the rules and could not do anything to him. But it was hard to say what would happen in secret. Therefore, Lu Yi had been on guard against such a thing. Before this, he had been cultivating in the 10,000-elephant sea, and nothing had happened to him. But now that he had left the 10,000-elephant sea, if someone really wanted to harm him, they would definitely be spying on him in secret. Along the way, he had been monitoring his surroundings with his powerful divine will, just in case. But the attacker had attacked without the slightest warning. After the other party attacked, Lu Yi did not even have time to react. Fortunately, he had sensed that something was wrong and leaned to the side. This was also an instinct that he had honed through countless life and death battles. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as an injury. That attack from the other party could have split him into two. Pain lingered around his wound. Lu Yi expressionlessly turned his head to look. Not far away, a dark figure was slowly changing. If one did not look carefully, they would not even notice the existence of this dark figure. So it was the Shadow Clan. As a clan that was naturally proficient in assassination, the Shadow Clan could be said to be in existence on par with the Ghost Clan. Moreover, they had many incredible abilities that were even superior to the Ghost Clan. If it were not for the fact that the Shadow Clan had very few members, they would have been qualified to be a large clan. Lu Yi had never seen a member of the Shadow Clan before, but at this moment he recognized the identity of the enemy with a single glance. Sure enough, they were unpredictable. He could not even see the other party's face, let alone whether they were a man or a woman. But from the fluctuations of magic power around the other party, he could infer that the attacker was at the late stage of Moon Jade. What a big move! To invite a Shadow Clan member at the late stage of Moon Jade, the cost would not be small. From this, one could see the determination of the person behind the scenes to kill him. As Lu Yi sized up the other party, the flesh on his chest wriggled and quickly closed. Even the blood from his severed arm stopped flowing. To Moon Jade, this was not difficult. At most, it would consume some of her qi and blood. Did Yuan Du invite you here? Lu Yi asked indifferently. He had not offended anyone on the myriad manifestation sea. Besides Yuan Du, there was no one else who could invite a Shadow Clan member to take his life. Of the two mutant fruits, one was longevity, the other was strength enhancement. After Chu Ning swallowed them, he traveled to another world and cultivated the immortal Tao of longevity. In 1,000 years, Chu Ning, thank you for the mutant fruit. Praise the mutant fruit. Big Brother is awesome. In 1,000 years, Chu Ning, thank you for yourself. Praise yourself. Struggle is the most beautiful. In the other world, Chu Ning had 3 sayings. First, don't be driven by profit. Although you will miss some opportunities, you will definitely not lose out. Second, isn't longevity the same as living a normal life? Since that is the case, why don't you live a good life from the beginning? Third, if you can form a relationship, then form one. If you can't, then negotiate. If you can't negotiate and want to fight, then do your best to take advantage of the situation. Only then will you be able to scatter your ashes. 9 Lanterns' new book. I only want to torture you to death. Don't force me to kill you is about to hit the shelves. End of chapter. Chapter 1755. Because of the rules on the surface, Yuan Du couldn't attack Lu Yi, but he could secretly hire someone to assassinate him. In any case, if Lu Yi died, there would be no evidence. Even if others guessed, there would be no evidence. If it were any other early-stage Moon Yao, they would have already died. But Lu Ye's background wasn't something an ordinary early-stage Moon Yao could compare with. Thus, even though this Shadow Clan sneak attack was exquisite, he was still able to escape disaster. Lu Yi didn't immediately counterattack. This was because if the Shadow Clan member wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to catch up. But looking at his opponent's current state, he didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Without a doubt, he was determined to kill him here. This was exactly what Lu Yi wanted. He was afraid that if this Shadow Clan member couldn't kill him, he would flee 1,000 miles away. Facing Lu Ye's question, the Shadow Clan member didn't answer. He was still holding on to something in his hand. This was Lu Ye's right arm. In normal circumstances, he wouldn't hold onto this severed arm. But he clearly knew that Lu Yi was a weapon cultivator. If he cut off Lu Ye's saber-wielding right arm, it would undoubtedly greatly affect Lu Ye's strength. This would make it easier for him to eliminate Lu Yi. The dark shadow wriggled and the severed arm exploded. In the next moment, the Shadow Clan member attacked again. This time, he didn't want to give Lu Yi any chance to resist. However, as he crushed the severed arm, an extremely bad feeling lingered in his heart. This feeling was incomparably intense. It was an instinctive warning as well as an accumulation of experience. Thus, in an instant, he gave up on his original plans and prepared to flee. No matter what happened next, he wouldn't allow himself to be placed in any danger. Only by living would he have hope. It had to be said that the Shadow Clan member's reaction was fast and his temperament was decisive. If it weren't for him recklessly crushing Lu Ye's severed arm, Lu Yi wouldn't have been able to stop him from fleeing. Almost as soon as he crushed the severed arm and blood splashed out, the severed arm turned into a blood fog that filled the air. The blood fog seemed to have a mind of its own. It rolled up and covered the Shadow Clan member. The Shadow Clan member never imagined that such a change would occur. Although he had already decided to leave, it was already too late. Under the blood fog, his body was blocked. Magic power wildly surged around him. In an instant, he broke free of the blood fog. But then, a scene that left him in despair appeared. A sea of blood spread out with a loud rumble, instantly enveloping the entire space and wrapping him up tightly. A sea of blood overflowed and undercurrents surged. The Shadow Clan member froze. The information was wrong. Didn't they say that the other party was only an early moon jade weapon cultivator? How could he display such an exquisite blood art? If he had known this would happen, he would not have held the man's severed arm in his hand, nor would he have recklessly crushed it. This was equivalent to digging a hole for himself. But it was too late for regrets now. Even if the situation was like this, he did not panic at all. After all, he believed that his cultivation was far superior to Lu Ye's. Even if he was caught off guard by the blood technique, if he wanted to leave, an injured weapon cultivator should not be able to do anything to him. But in next to no time, he realized that the situation was bad. This sea of blood was extremely viscous and stable, and it was actually not something that he could break through in a short period of time. Not too far in front of him, there was a faint figure. The shadow tribe rushed over, preparing to attack the root of the problem. Since they couldn't break through the sea of blood, then killing the one who used the blood technique was the same. But as he rushed over, that figure actually vanished like a ghost. Only Lu Ye's voice echoed in his ears, without the slightest trace of emotion. "You will die. You took someone's money and helped them eliminate a disaster. This is understandable. But because your employer didn't provide you with the correct information, you will die here. Are you willing to accept this? Can you die in peace? Perhaps you still have some hope in your heart, thinking that you can kill me and break out of this situation. Not only can you live, but you can also complete your employer's instructions. But this way of thinking is far too naive, because the one who will die today will be you." The Shadow clan member remained unmoved. A powerhouse like him had an incomparably firm heart. So how could he be shaken by the words of others? But as Lu Ye's voice fell, the sea of blood in front of him parted to reveal the moon. The Shadow clan member's eyes widened, because standing not too far away from him, Lu Yi was completely unharmed. This was impossible. The Shadow clan member was panic-stricken. He had clearly severed Lu Ye's right arm and even crushed it. Even if Lu Yi was a moon jade and had the ability to regenerate severed limbs, it was impossible for his right arm to grow back in such a short period of time. This was because even if he was a late moon jade, he would still need a month to recover from a severed arm. An early moon jade would need at least 3 to 5 months to recover. But what he saw in front of him was incomparably real. The Shadow clan member was sure this wasn't some sort of illusion. For a time, he couldn't figure out what was going on. In normal circumstances, a severed arm of a moon jade could be regenerated, and it would take a considerable amount of time. But just now, Lu Yi was quick-witted. Using a drop of precious blood as the price, she quickly regrown her broken arm. Before this, he really didn't know that treasure blood had such a function. But thinking about it, it wasn't too strange. Treasure blood could even create avatars, so what was the point of regenerating a severed arm? As the Shadow clan member was panic-stricken, an even more incomprehensible scene occurred. Lu Yi flicked his finger, and 4 drops of blood flew out. Then these 4 drops of blood began to wriggle and change, transforming into figures that were exactly the same as Lu Yi. Avatars? The Shadow clan member suspected that he had fallen into an illusion and didn't even know it. But no matter how he looked at it, these avatars didn't have any flaws. They were just like the real body, even their auras were the same. Although he didn't understand, the Shadow clan member wasn't prepared to just sit there and wait for death. Lu Yi took the initiative to disperse the sea of blood, exposing himself to the Shadow clan. This was the perfect opportunity for the Shadow clan member. Thus, he immediately revolved his magic power, turning into a shadow that shot towards Lu Yi, his speed as fast as lightning. Lu Yi only faintly looked at him. His calm gaze caused the Shadow clan member to panic. But he no longer had any room to retreat. Almost as soon as he arrived in front of Lu Yi, an indescribable pressure suddenly descended. Then, the Shadow clan member sensed that Lu Ye's true self and the 4 avatars were connected. Their magic power and blood energy resonated, instantly forming an impenetrable array formation. With a clanging sound, the Shadow clan member's skin turned cold. He unsheathed his mountain saber. With Lu Ye's true self as the main body and the 4 avatars of treasure blood supporting him, the strength he erupted with instantly eclipsed even the late moon jade of the Shadow clan. In a one-on-one battle, Lu Yi didn't fear a late-stage moon jade. But unless he used the saber draw when the other party was least expecting it, it would be difficult for him to kill a late-stage moon jade. But this was different when the avatars of treasure blood formed an array formation. This was the same as 5 Lu Yes forming an array formation. There was no disharmony between them, and they could perfectly display the might of this array formation. Not to mention that the Shadow Clan members were only skilled in sneak attacks. Even a body cultivator who excelled in frontal combat wouldn't have a good end. From the very start, the Shadow Clan was at a great disadvantage. They were trapped in the sea of blood and had no hope of escaping. They also couldn't display their strength in the area they were most skilled in. The Shadow Clan members' strength was greatly reduced. Under the pressure of Lu Ye's array formation, it only took a moment for him to gain the upper hand. The Shadow Clan member's body trembled as blood wildly spurted out. Lu Yi even found the time to activate the blood tracing technique, accelerating the Shadow Clan's decline. The power of brightness made it so that the Shadow Clan members' wounds couldn't quickly heal. In just half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the Shadow Clan member's true body was revealed. He looked like an ordinary little old man. If he had restrained Moon Jade's aura and placed himself in a crowd, no one would have spared him a second glance. Even though he was in a desperate situation, he didn't beg for mercy. There was no panic in his eyes, as if he had long since been prepared for this day to come. The Shadow Clan no longer had the strength to resist, but Lu Yi didn't kill him. He only said one last sentence. You died here because of the employer behind you, not because you weren't strong enough. Tell me who he is, and I'll help you get revenge. The Shadow Clan member raised his head and glanced at him. Without a word, he stabbed the short blade in his hand into his own chest and twisted it. Lu Yi frowned. In the sea of blood, the Shadow Clan member's eyes slowly closed. His life force dissipated. Even in death, he didn't say a single word to Lu Yi. Although he had been injured by the Shadow Clan member's sneak attack, Lu Yi still admired this little old man. This Shadow Clan member was truly loyal to his master to the extreme. However, Lu Yi was almost certain that the one who had ordered this Shadow Clan member to attack him was Yuan Du this was because besides him, there was no one else. Yuan Du also had this ability. He stepped forward and raised his hand towards the Shadow Clan member's corpse. His magic power surged and raging flames began to burn. Although he admired the Shadow Clan member, he still needed to destroy the corpse. Moreover, Lu Yi wasn't sure if the Shadow Clan member had the ability to feign death. If the Shadow Clan member decided to feign death to escape, wouldn't that make him seem stupid? After a short while, the Shadow Clan member's corpse was burned to a crisp. Lu Yi took his storage ring and crushed the charred corpse. Then he put away the sea of blood and the clone and continued on his way. Lu Ye's divine sense continued to monitor his surroundings. He moved his right arm and discovered that the right arm regenerated with the help of his precious blood was weaker than before. This was inevitable, but it wasn't a big problem. He only needed to rest for a period of time, and his right arm would be restored to its original state. This time, Yuan Du's plan to order the Shadow Clan member to kill him had failed. He shouldn't make any more moves in a short time. At the very least, he had to figure out why it had failed. After all, in Yuan Du's opinion, a Shadow Clan member at the late Moon Jade realm shouldn't have failed. In fact, he wasn't the only one who thought so. The Shadow Clan member also thought so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so urgently after Lu Yi left the Wansheng Sea. The Shadow Clan member should have been hiding outside the Three-World Island. Unfortunately, Lu Yi had been cultivating for the past 2 months. There hadn't been any flaws that could be exploited until Lu Yi left today. If Lu Yi offending Yuan Du back then was a small grudge, then after today's incident, this grudge would be irreconcilable unless Lu Yi was willing to let bygones be bygones. However, this was impossible. The Shadow Clan member wanted to kill him. How could Lu Yi not care? Fortunately, he didn't have the ability now. Otherwise, he would have followed Ma Bin and killed his way into the Wansheng Island. End of chapter. Chapter 1756. Che Lingjia, Thousand Sunset Sect. Lu Yi had been sitting in the guest hall for a while now. 2 hours ago, Lu Yi had arrived outside Che Lingjia. After explaining his intentions, he was allowed to enter the Lingjia. However, other than the female disciple who served him tea, he didn't see anyone else. Lu Yi didn't come to Che Lingjia to find Chu Xin. He wanted to meet Jiu Yan. Although Bai En's intervention had opened up a gap in Three World Islands' awkward situation, it was far from enough. Lu Yi thought about it and decided that there were only 2 ways to break out of this situation. The first was to rope in a few more large factions, but this was difficult. Bai En was willing to open a branch of Rainbow Chamber of Commerce in Three World Island because Lu Yi had saved his life. He was willing to repay Lu Ye's kindness within his own power and authority. Three World Island didn't have any relations with other large factions. Without great benefits, no one was willing to step into these muddy waters. Therefore, he could only ask Rizhao for help. The 5 Rizhao overseeing Wanxiangxi weren't good choices, so Lu Yi thought of Jiu Yan. If Three World Island could form a relationship with Che Lingjia and Rainbow Island's position, they would be able to break out of this situation. Lu Yi didn't have much confidence in this, but it was worth a try. After all, he wouldn't lose anything even if he failed. Logically speaking, asking Jiu Yan for help wasn't the proper way. Although Jiu Yan was Wanxiangxi's Rizhao, she wasn't the Wanxiangxi's guardian. No faction had ever asked for help from a Rizhao outside of Wanxiangxi's guardian. However, the proper way wouldn't work in Three World Island, so he could only take an unconventional approach. No matter what, Jiu Yan was still Rizhao. Because of Chu Xin, Lu Yi had some understanding of Che Lingjia. The rise of this realm was actually quite legendary. Before Jiu Yan became Rizhao, Che Lingjia was just a realm that didn't have much of a presence in Wanxiang Galaxy. It didn't have a strong foundation and wasn't big. There were many realms like this in Wanxiang Galaxy. It wasn't until Jiu Yan became Rizhao that Che Lingjia broke out of its rut and became famous throughout the galaxy. Now, Che Lingjia was one of the strongest realms in Wanxiang Galaxy. As a native of Sunshine, even if Jiu Yan was not in charge of the Wanxiangxi, she was still qualified to receive benefits from the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce. It would not be a problem for her to nurture her own disciples, but it would be difficult for her to advance further. Lu Yi felt that a superior spiritual island would not be too attractive to Rizhao. However, if it was a superior spiritual island, it would be a different story. The Three World Island had only risen for a little more than a year, and it had transformed from a deserted island to a superior spiritual island. Who would dare to say that it was not the second Wushuang Island? Therefore, Lu Yi felt that as long as he could meet with Jiu Yan, he still had some confidence that he could connect with Jiu Yan. Let's see how he's going to bewitch her. Furthermore, with the existence of the minor Constellation Palace, the Three World Island would transform into a top-notch spiritual island sooner or later. This was something that was bound to happen. Hence, what he was going to say later was not entirely a lie. Sitting in the main hall, Zhang Xian pondered over what he should say to Jian when a figure suddenly rushed in and exclaimed, "Big brother!" Lu Yi raised his head and saw Chu Xin's figure at a glance. While he was happy, he also felt a little helpless. Happy because, even though they had not seen each other for a long time, Chu Xin's attitude towards him had not changed. He was still so passionate. Helpless because Lu Yi did not want to see Chu Xin at this time. The main reason he came here was to visit Jiu Yan. To put it bluntly, he wanted the Three World Island and the Che Ling World to form a cooperative relationship. It would be best if this relationship was only related to benefits and nothing else. If not, Lu Yi would have contacted Chu Xin immediately. He did not contact Chu Xin first because he did not want Chu Xin to be involved in this matter. However, he did not expect Chu Xin to show himself. This fellow should be in seclusion. If he knew that Zhang Xian was here, someone must have informed him. for the Che Ling world to ask Chu Xin to show himself at this time. Lu Yi thought about it and sighed softly. He knew that he had made this trip in vain. Jiao Yan's intention was obviously for Chu Xin to send him away. Big brother! Chu Xin rushed in front of Lu Yi and grinned. Long time no see. Lu Yi smiled back. Not too long. He looked him up and down and nodded slightly. Not bad. You've reached the middle stage of the constellation realm. Ever since the incident on the Peerless Island, Chu Xin had suffered a huge blow. He had also completely realized that in the cultivation world, even if one had a strong background, it was not a guarantee. One's own strength had to be strong enough. If he was strong enough, then the Peerless Island that he had spent all his effort on would not have been taken over. He had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time and did not pay attention to the outside world. His talent was not bad, and he did not lack resources. He had settled down enough in the early stage of the constellation realm, so he naturally advanced to the middle stage. Chu Xin, smiled proudly. He was undoubtedly very satisfied with his cultivation speed. This time, he deliberately circulated his spiritual power so that Lu Yi could see the progress of his cultivation. Now that he received Lu Ye's approval, he was undoubtedly very happy. Where's Big Brother? You must have advanced to Yao, right? Hearing this, Lu Yi circulated his transcendence energy slightly. Chu Xin revealed a matter-of-fact expression. As expected of Big Brother, it looks like I have to continue working hard. If it was someone else who advanced to Yao so quickly, Chu Xin would definitely not be able to understand. There was no one in this world who could cultivate faster than him. However, this happened to Lu Yi. Chu Xin was not surprised. He even felt that this was how it should be. It would be abnormal if it was not. How's old Tang? How are Little Dumb, Crooked Tooth, Caillou, Kaixing, and Lucky Star recently? Chu Xin sat on the chair beside Lu Yi and asked with concern. Old Tang is still the same. Little Dumb and the others have advanced to the middle stage of the constellation realm. Lu Yi briefly explained the situation of Old Tang and the others, but did not reveal the situation of the three-realm island to Chu Xin. It was good that this kid could settle down and work hard. It was best to maintain this state, so Lu Yi did not want to tell him too much about the outside world, so as not to disturb him. After chatting for a while, a female cultivator suddenly walked in from outside. She cupped her fists and said, Young master, everything is ready. Everyone is here. The female cultivator was extremely beautiful and had a graceful figure. However, her temperament was as cold as ice. Her cultivation was also not bad at the late stage of the constellation realm. Lu Yi had never seen this female cultivator before. Although Che Ling boundary was not big, it was still a large boundary. Other than Jiao Yan, there was also Yu Yao and constellation realm. Chu Xin stood up and said excitedly, Let's go then. Lu Yi was stunned. Where are you going? Chu Xin turned to look at him. He was even more confused than Lu Yi. Aren't you going to the three-realm island with Big Brother? Huh. Lu Yi was confused. He did not understand what was going on. Chu Xin explained. Aunt Yu told me to bring some people to the three-realm island to cultivate with you. She said that the cultivation environment there is better than Che Ling boundary. It can help me improve my cultivation faster. Why? You don't know? The Aunt Yu that Chu Xin mentioned was Chin Yu. Lu Yi had seen her a few times. But what did this mean? He came here to visit Jiao Yan and use her power to change the situation of the three-realm island. If everything went well, Che Ling boundary would indeed send a group of cultivators to the three-realm island, just like what the guardians of Rizhao did. The cultivators under their command would not participate in any of the affairs on the spiritual island. They would only enjoy the convenience of the spiritual island's environment for cultivation. In this way, the guardians of Rizhao could take care of the spiritual island without violating their own principles and the rules of the Wanxiang Sea. The outside world would also know that this spiritual island was visited by a certain Rizhao. From the results, Chu Shen wanted to bring some people to the three-realm island. Lu Ye's goal was achieved, however. He did not even see Jiu Yan. He did not even see Qin Yu. The whole process was completely different from what he had expected. With a thought, Lu Yi understood. What happened in the Wanxiang Sea could not be hidden from Che Ling boundary. After all, the battle in Baiwe was quite fierce. Jiu Yan probably knew what he was planning to do the moment he arrived. Lu Yi did not know what Ri Zhao was thinking and what he was planning. However, Jiu Yan asked Chu Shen to show up, and Chan Yu gave him such an order. This undoubtedly showed Che Ling Boundary's attitude. Therefore, even though it was a little confusing, it was still a good thing for Lu Yi that he could achieve his goal. He could not refuse, and neither could the three-realm island. He immediately nodded. I know. Then let's go. Chu Shen could not wait. As Chu Shen walked out of the hall, Lu Yi looked around and saw some people standing outside. They were all constellation cultivators. There were not many of them. Including Chu Shen, there were 20 of them. Chu Shen was in high spirits, like a general about to go to war. He looked at the familiar figures in front of him and waved his hand. Let's go. At his command, the cold woman from before raised her hand and threw out a planetary boat. It expanded in the wind and turned into a ship. Its appearance was not strange, but there was a huge word, Che, on the hull of the ship. This undoubtedly meant that this ship belonged to the Che Ling boundary. Lu Yi was grateful, but he did not even have someone to thank. Everyone boarded the ship, and it flew out of Che Ling boundary. On the deck, Lu Yi turned around and bowed in the direction of the 10,000 Sunset Sect. Jiu Yan had helped him a little too much. In the 10,000 Sunset Sect, two figures stood in the air above the hall where Lu Yi had been sitting, watching the ship leave. Both of them were women. One was petite and full, but had a dignified aura. The other was beautiful and had an otherworldly aura. They were Jiu Yan and Qin Yu. The two of them had been standing there all along, but due to the huge difference in cultivation, Lu Yi did not notice their existence at all. Seeing Lu Yi bow, Qin Yu smiled faintly. This kid is quite sensible. Jiu Yan responded expressionlessly. Even Chen Yu did not notice that she looked at Lu Yi with a complicated gaze. There was even a hint of killing intent that was hard to detect. End of chapter. Chapter 1757. Sister, Yuan Du is a narrow-minded person. Above the hall, Qin Yu suddenly spoke. I heard that Yuan Du showed up personally during the battle on Baiwa Island. If that kid didn't react quickly, he would have been killed. Jiu Yan was not in a good mood. She snorted. He's a disgrace to Vientiane Sunshine. A person like him doesn't deserve to be the guardian of Vientiane Sea. Whether he deserves it or not, he's still the guardian. Chan Yu looked at Jiu Yan. He'll definitely have something to say about our interference. I don't care about his life or death. If he has something to say, come find me. Let's see if he dares to speak loudly in front of me. Jiu Yan seemed to have a bad impression of Yuan Duqin. Yu had been with Jiu Yan for many years. She naturally knew why. Simply put, it was a story of someone who couldn't get what they wanted. In the past, Jiu Yan was too lazy to pay attention to Yuan Du, however. It was rare for her to get angry so easily today. She mistakenly thought that Jiu Yan's emotions were because of Chu Shen. She comforted her. Shenner is only going to the three-world island. It's not far. If you can't bear to let him go, just don't let him go. Jiu Yan shook her head. Shenner is already a constellation. Cultivating in the bounded domain is different from cultivating on the Vientiane Sea spiritual island. The bounded domain was filled with spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was suitable for cultivators below the constellation level to cultivate. The Vientiane Sea spiritual island was filled with starry energy. It was more suitable for cultivators below the constellation level to cultivate. Of course, as the young master of a realm, Chu Shen's cultivation place was man-made. The environment was not much worse than a high-class spiritual island. It was just that he had to pay a higher price. Shen, his temperament is erratic. After what happened last time, he was able to settle down and cultivate in seclusion for so long. This is beyond my expectations. However, in the long run, it will hinder his nature. When the time comes, his cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort. It's better to let him go outside and stay with people he likes. This will speed up his growth. Chen Yu nodded slightly. She knew that Jiu Yen was right. To be honest, not only was Jiu Yen surprised that Chu Shin could cultivate in seclusion for such a long time, but even Chen Yu was shocked. As elders, other than being surprised, the two girls were more worried. That, thinking back to the past, after Chu Shin was promoted to a constellation, he would often leave home. This time, he suddenly settled down. It was obviously abnormal. He must have suffered a blow. It wouldn't be a problem to maintain this state for a short period of time. But if it was maintained for a long time, it would definitely be inappropriate. This was also the reason why Jiu Yen had allowed Chu Shin and his people to stay on the three-world island without even meeting Li. She had been thinking about how to solve Chu Shin's problem during this period of time. Lu Ye's sudden arrival gave her the perfect opportunity. She believed that Lu Yi would not refuse. Chen Yu smiled. Sister, you didn't ask Shen-er to bring people to the three-world island just because of Shen-er, right? What else could it be? Jiu Yen blinked her long eyelashes. If Chen Yu had noticed this, she would have known that it was a sign of guilt. However, she did not notice it and continued. Elder sister is very unhappy about what happened on Wushuang Island. Now that I have this opportunity, I naturally want to fight back. Chu Shin had spent a lot of effort to build Wushuang Island. Logically speaking, it should belong to Chu Shin. However, because it was promoted to a top-tier spiritual island and gave birth to its own spiritual jade mine, it was targeted by some people. Under such circumstances, even Jiu Yen could not resist. After all, it was the entire local star system that had their eyes on Wushuang Island. A top-tier spiritual island could indeed bring great benefits to the entire star system. It was not good for it to be monopolized by one domain. After all, she was sunshine of the Vientiane world. With her position, some things were inevitable. On the surface, Tianyan world had taken over Wushuang Island. However, in reality, Wushuang Island was controlled by the entire Vientiane world. Tianyan world was only pushed to the surface. However, this did not stop Jiu Yen from being unhappy. Her precious son was extremely lucky. He had taken over a deserted island that had been converted to life and promoted to a top-tier spiritual island. However, before he could reap any benefits, it was attacked. Yet, she had to see the big picture and consider the big picture. Anyone in such a situation would have resentment in their heart. She was sunshine, but she was also a woman. She saw the big picture and considered the big picture. Chu Shin had lost Wushuang Island, but it did not mean that she did not have a temper. This time, she asked Chu Shin to bring people to Three-World Island for two reasons. Firstly, she was considering Chu Shin. Secondly, she was using her own method to fight back. With the Wushuang Island incident first, even if Jiu Yen broke the rules, Yuan Du and the other guardians would not dare to say anything. Jiu Yen pinched Chen Yu's face and lifted it. You think too much. Chen Yu's face was distorted. She could not speak clearly. Isn't it 4? Jiu Yen smiled and said, About Wushuang Island, have you asked Xia? What? Chen Yu rubbed her face. Jiu Yen said, According to me, Shen-er was not the one who first took over Wushuang Island. It was Lu Ye. Really? Chen Yu did not know. Jiu Yen nodded. When Shen-er brought a few people to Wushuang Island, Lu Ye was already on the island. Oh, at that time he changed his name to Li Tai Bai. Chen Yu listened carefully. She finally understood the cause and effect of Chu Shin taking over Wushuang Island. She could not help but be curious. How did her sister know so much about these trivial matters? She even knew about Lu Ye's change of name. Wait. As she listened, Qinyu suddenly found something interesting. Sister, Lu Ye went to Wushuang Island first. Then, in a short period of time, Wushuang Island changed from a deserted island to a top-tier spiritual island. Now he went to Three World Island, and Three World Island changed from a deserted island to a top-tier spiritual island. Juyen turned to look at her. It's strange, isn't it? Deserted spiritual islands happened occasionally on the Wanxiang Sea. However, most of the deserted spiritual islands only became low-tier spiritual islands. Even middle-tier spiritual islands were rarely seen. What did Lu Ye do? He took over 2 deserted islands. One became a top-tier spiritual island, and the other became a top-tier spiritual island? Could it be a coincidence? Qinyu frowned. After all, if it was not a coincidence, it would be too strange. It's hard to say. Zhu Yin shook her head. Three World Island changed its life after Lu Ye returned from his hometown. Moreover, the rise of Three World Island happened at the same time as the decline of Wushuang Island. Could it be a coincidence, too? Sister, do you think that the boy has some means to make the deserted island rise again? An unbelievable thought flashed across Qinyu's mind. Zhu Yin shook her head. That's impossible. I'm just suspecting that the boy has some special technique that allows him to see things that others cannot see. For example, which deserted island has signs of being revived? Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Lu Ye took over 2 deserted islands that had been revived. Moreover, the deserted islands had grown so much after being revived. Qinyu was deep in thought. If that was the case, what kind of ability was that? Suddenly, she realized something. Sister, do you think Three World Island will become a top-tier spiritual island like Wushuang Island in the future? That's just a thought. After all, Three World Island became a top-tier spiritual island in just over a year. If it can really become a top-tier spiritual island one day, it won't be too far away. Zhu Yan's gaze was distant as she looked into the starry sky. Enter the game early. Even if God comes this time, don't talk to me about the big picture. At this point, Qinyu finally understood why Jiao Yan made such a choice today. She considered Chu Xin. Her resentment was just a side effect. Entering a top-tier spiritual island that could become a top-tier spiritual island was Jiao Yan's ultimate goal. Otherwise, if she only considered Chu Xin, Three World Island was not the only choice. On Che Ling Boundary's planetary ship, Lu Yi and Chu Xin stood side by side. Chu Xin was very excited because he was going to return to the 10,000 Elephant Sea. However, it was different this time. He still had to work hard to improve his cultivation. He could not act recklessly like last time. Lu Yi suddenly said, "Did Bansi contact you?" Chu Xin shook his head and said no. He glanced at Lu Yi sneakily and understood. So that's the type that you like. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. What type? Chu Xin raised his hands and placed them on his chest, drawing another half circle. You misunderstood. Lu Yi was expressionless. Chu Xin smiled but did not say anything. He knew very well whether it was a misunderstanding or not. His big brother had asked about Bansi last time. Obviously, he could not forget her this time. The planetary ship sailed in the starry sky for 2 days and finally arrived at the 10,000 Elephant Sea. It was mainly driven by a group of constellations, so it was not fast. After entering the 10,000 Elephant Sea, it went straight to Three World Island. Lu Yi contacted Old Tang immediately. Where are you? The 10,000 Elephant Island. Old Tang replied immediately. He was obviously still trying on the 10,000 Elephant Island. However, judging from the speed of his reply, Lu Yi knew that he did not have any results. Come back. You don't have to worry about it. I'm shameless. If I can't succeed the first time, I'll succeed the second time. If I can't succeed in 1 month, I'll succeed in 2 months. I'll definitely see her. I don't believe that no one will accept a top-tier spiritual island. We have a backer now. Don't worry about those Rizhao on the 10,000 Elephant Island. Really? Tang Jun was obviously doubtful. You'll know when you come back, Lu Yi replied and kept the note. Outside a huge palace on the 10,000 Elephant Island, Tang Jun held the note and thought for a long time. Then he turned and left. Whether Lu Yi was telling the truth or not, he would know when he went back. If it was fake, it would not be too late for him to come back. Outside the three-world island, although it was quiet, there were many pairs of eyes staring at this place. The Battle of Baiyu had caused the three-world island's reputation to soar. Before this, there had never been such a high casualty ratio in the battle of a superior spiritual island. The three-world island had been on the attacking side, had killed countless enemies in that battle, and had not suffered any casualties. Everyone who knew about the battle was shocked by the result of that battle. However, this did not prevent Three-World Island from being in an awkward situation. End of chapter. Chapter 1758. Under normal circumstances, after the Battle of Baiyu, the Three-World Island would definitely have a bright future ahead of them. A well-planned, top-grade spiritual island with such a huge size. Even if the Three-World Island did not do anything, there would definitely be countless businesses rushing over and trying to find a way to enter it. However, during that battle, the Three-World Island had offended a Rizhao guard, which directly caused this high-class spiritual island to fall into a state where no one cared about it. On that day, Yuan Du had personally appeared to protect Yu Huan, but was forced by Lu Yi to kill him. Many people had witnessed this scene with their own eyes. This news quickly spread, and everyone knew about it. Compared to settling in a high-class spiritual island, the merchants naturally didn't want to offend a Rizhao guard at this time. This was how the Three-World Island's awkward situation came about. However, this awkwardness was broken a few days ago. The Five-Color Island actually made some moves. Soon, news came that the Five-Color Merchant Guild had decided to open a branch on the Three-World Island. Now that the location had been decided, some cultivators from the Five-Color Merchant Guild had already entered the Three-World Island and were making preparations. They should be able to open in a few days. This surprised many cultivators who secretly paid attention to the Three-World Island, because no one had expected the Five-Color Island to enter the scene at this time. For a time, many people guessed the relationship between the Five-Color Island and the Three-World Island. It was impossible to say that there was no relationship between the two. The Five-Color Island didn't intend to hide this matter, so people quickly figured out the truth. The Five-Color Island's Guardian, Yao, had a personal relationship with the Three-World Island's Guardian Yao, so the Five-Color Island's actions could be considered as helping the Three-World Island. Although the Five-Color Island's actions improved the Three-World Island's situation, it didn't completely change anything. In these few days, other than the Five-Color Merchant Guild, no other merchants had settled in the Three-World Island. Most people were in a wait-and-see mode. Today, a star boat that looked like a ship came from afar and stopped at the side of the Three-World Island. At first, no one paid much attention to this star boat. After all, there was nothing special about this kind of star boat. There were countless of them in the Wanxiang Sea. However, it wasn't long before some people noticed the uniqueness of this star boat. The star boat's hull had a huge car character, which was very obvious. After a short while, more than 20 figures appeared on the starship and entered the Three-World Island. Soon, the starship was put away. About 100 miles away from the Three-World Island, 3 figures were standing on a small planetary ship. One of them was an old man with white hair and beard, while the other 2 were young men. Both of them were only at the star constellation realm. Among them, the old man's cultivation was slightly higher. He seemed to be at the late stage of the constellation realm, while the 2 young men were only at the early stage of the constellation realm. However, the old man was already advanced in age. Unless he encountered some special fortuitous encounter, there was no hope for Yu Yao. On the other hand, the two young men still had a chance to work hard. The three of them came from the same realm in the same galaxy. They were master and disciple. Because the galaxy they came from was not strong, they did not have the ability to occupy any spiritual island in the Vientiane Sea, even though they had the insect path that was directly connected to the Vientiane galaxy. The cultivators of the entire galaxy were scattered across the vast 10,000 forms, sea like them, each trying to find a way to survive. Ever since the news of the five-color merchant guild entering the three-world island spread, the three of them had come here to observe. After all, the two young men were not calm enough. After staying here for a few days, they already felt bored. Only the old man seemed to be looking forward to something. At this moment, after seeing the starship, the old man's eyes lit up as he hastily said, "Let's go to the three-world island now." The two young men went blank for a moment, unable to react. The old man grew anxious. Without saying anything else, he summoned his spiritual power and steered the starship towards the three-world island. "Master, why are we going to the three-world island all of a sudden?" the male disciple asked. They had been waiting here for a few days and naturally knew the situation on the three-world island. Therefore, he couldn't figure out what had prompted his master to make such a decision. "Here's our chance." The old man's eyes lit up. As he steered the starship forward, he also glanced around to see if anyone had made the same decision as him. The opportunity that master is talking about, could it be that ship? The female disciple was obviously smarter and seemed to have noticed something. But what's so special about that ship? Which force does it represent? The old man wanted to impart more of his experience in the 10,000 manifestations see to his two disciples. So he explained, "That ship does represent a force. However, if it only represents a powerful force on the 10,000 manifestations sea, it won't be enough to change the situation. However, it's actually a ship from the Che-Ling realm." The Che-Ling realm. The male disciple was stunned for a moment, but he soon realized the significance of the name Che-Ling realm. He suddenly remembered that there was indeed a large Che character on the ship's hull. He was taken aback. Why did the people from the Che-Ling realm come to the three-world island? The old man shook his head. "I don't know. However, the three-world island is related to the Che-Ling realm. It's interesting that they managed to get such a connection to help them. The people from the Che-Ling realm are obviously showing their attitude to the outside world. Their cultivators have settled on the three-world island." The female disciple asked suspiciously, "But master, although the Che-Ling realm has sunshine elites, they're not part of the 5 sunshine guardians. Wouldn't their cultivators be breaking the rules by doing this?" The old man said with disdain, "The so-called rules are set by the sunshine guardians of the 10,000 manifestations sea. Whatever they say is a rule, it's a rule. Since ancient times, there's no rule that says that only the sunshine guardians can send their disciples to the spiritual island." After a short pause, he spoke again. "I remember that the unparalleled island was built by the young master of the Che-Ling world. In the end, it was attacked. Che-Ling world has entered the three-world island this time. Even if they have stretched their hands a little too far, I think the other Rizhao protectors won't say much." The female disciple immediately understood. "So, the Che-Ling realm will take care of the three-world island in the future?" "If I'm not wrong, that should be the case." The old man was excited. "The Peerless Island has declined. The three-world island is our best choice now. We can't miss this opportunity. As long as we can get a shop on the Peerless Island, the two of you won't have to worry about your cultivation in the future. The three-world island shouldn't be like the Peerless Island, declining after being prosperous for a while." The male disciple looked as if he had been taken advantage of before. They had indeed been taken advantage of before. When the Peerless Island was prosperous, the three of them had gotten a shop on the Peerless Island. It specialized in selling local specialties. Even though the profits were not huge, they still made some money. However, the Peerless Island suddenly collapsed. In just a year, it had fallen from a top-tier spiritual island to a deserted island. As a result, the popularity of the peerless island decreased greatly, and it no longer had any value. Many people who had invested heavily in the peerless island had lost everything. They were considered lucky. As they had not invested much, they did not lose much. If they took into account the benefits that the two young disciples had gained from cultivating on the peerless island, they would not have lost much. However, no one wanted something like this to happen a second time. People can't possibly experience the same thing twice. The female disciple felt the same way. It did not make sense that the peerless island had declined when they had chosen it. Now that they had chosen the three-world island, it would be unreasonable for the three-world island to decline as well. However, even if they had such concerns, the three-world island was still their best choice. For cultivators like them, entering the three-world island and getting a shop to do business was secondary. The most important thing was that they could stay on the three-world island for a long time. As managers of the shop, they could naturally stay on the three-world island for a long time and enjoy the good cultivation environment on the three-world island. Of course, if the three-world island really became prosperous, the cultivation environment would definitely change as a large number of cultivators entered. However, it was still better than relying on spiritual jades to cultivate. This is bad. The old man suddenly cried out in alarm because he had seen people from several different powers suddenly move, flying towards the three-world island from different directions. He could foresee that this was only the beginning. As time passed, more and more cultivators would definitely react. The awkward situation on the three-world island had been completely broken with the arrival of the Che Ling realm cultivators. This treasure land had become a delicious piece of cake that everyone fought over. If small sects like them did not move fast enough, they might not even be able to get a suitable shop. Fortunately, they were the first to move. Therefore, they were the closest to the three-world island. The old man drove the planetary boat with all his might. He finally arrived at the protective formation of the three-world island before the others. He stopped the planetary boat and immediately cupped his fists. Lu Wang of the Sand Garden is here to pay his respects to the guardian of the three-world island. As soon as he finished speaking, someone hurried to the front of the three-world island and said, Huacheng of the Sky Eagle is here to pay his respects to the guardian of the three-world island. Su Yuhan of the Golden Wheel is here to pay his respects to the guardian of the three-world island. On the three-world island, Lu Yi was leading a group of Che Ling realm cultivators, led by Chu Xin, to find their own residences. Luan Xiaoa was accompanying them personally. After learning about the origins of this group of cultivators from Lu Yi, Luan Xiaoa did not look down on them because of their low cultivation. She was especially polite to Chu Xin. After all, he was the son of Rizhao, and he was here to represent the Che Ling realm to express their stance. In terms of position, even if Chu Shen was only at the mid-stage of the constellation realm, he was still on par with her, who was at the peak of Yu Yao. Luan Xiaoa was born beautiful, and now that she wanted to cater to Chu Xin, she naturally chatted happily with him. Lu Yi accompanied them, seemingly having nothing to do. Suddenly, voices came from outside. Lu Yi looked in the direction of the voices and saw many figures standing outside the island. Luan Xiaoa also saw this scene. She could not help but exhale deeply. She looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Although Luan Xiaoa had a premonition that the situation on the three-world island would be completely opened after the arrival of the Che Ling realm cultivators, she did not expect the results to be so good. As expected, the cultivators who could survive on the myriad manifestations were all people with sharp eyes and ears. When they saw the Che Ling realm ship, they immediately made the necessary judgment and decisively made a decision. End of this chapter. Chapter 1759. Inside the three-world island, Luan Xiaoa looked at Lu Yi, asking for his opinion. Lu Yi said, "We have guests, let's entertain them." Luan Xiaoa looked troubled. "I can entertain them, but if they want to discuss moving to the three-world island, She was not good at it, and she did not know the details. Let them in first and entertain them. Old Tang will be back soon. When he comes back, let him handle it. Luan, Xiaoa nodded. You're right. I'll go then. She turned to Chu Xin. Junior brother, settle them down for now. If you need anything in the future, just send me a message. In this short period of time, Luan Xiaoa and Chu Xin had already addressed each other as senior sister and junior brother. The main reason was because of Lu Yi. Since Chu Xin addressed Lu Yi as big brother, it was inappropriate for him to address Luan Xiaoa as senior. Chu Xin nodded. Senior sister, go ahead. I'll just walk around with big brother. After Luan Xiaoa left, Lu Yi continued to lead Chu Xin and the others forward. Soon, Chu Xin chose a place. There were empty residences in this area, which could be used by the cultivators of the Che Ling domain. Moreover, the main mission of the 20 lunar mansions was to cultivate. Even Chu Xin would not participate in any matters of the three-world island. The cultivation environment in the residences was excellent. With the support of spiritual jades, the cultivation speed of the lunar mansions would be much faster than in the Che Ling domain. Fortunately, there were not many cultivators in the Che Ling domain. Otherwise, there would be more than 20 people on this trip. While Lu Yi was helping Chu Xin settle down, Luan Xiaoa ordered the island's protective formation to be activated. Any cultivators who came to visit could pass through. When Tang Jun hurried back from the island of versatility, he was shocked to find that the atmosphere of the three-world island seemed to be different. When he met with He Baichuan, who was guarding the gap in the formation and in charge of receiving the guests, Tang Jun understood the whole story. He was delighted. Young people are smart. He had been thinking about visiting Rizhao, the guardian of the 10,000 Elephant Sea. In the end, he did not even see Rizhao's face. Instead, he was treated with disdain. Who knew that Lu Yi would take a different approach? He completely gave up on Rizhao and changed his target to the Che Ling domain. In the end, he even succeeded. Old Tang subconsciously felt that Chu Xin must have contributed to this. Tang Jun knew how much Chu Xin worshipped Lu Yi. Lu Yi personally went to the car-bell industry. How could Chu Xin not give the space? No matter what, the situation in the three-world island had completely changed. Tang Jun's worries were swept away. Tang Jun couldn't help but sigh when he learned that the merchants who wanted to enter the three-world island were all arranged to stay in the guest hall. I'm really born to be busy. Without me, how can the three-world island operate? Even though he was complaining, his actions were swift as the wind as he rushed to the guest hall. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw a dense mass of people. There were at least 100 people gathered in the main hall. Elder Tang. Someone immediately stood up and cupped his fists. Soon, all the cultivators in the hall stood up and bowed. Tang Jun glanced around and couldn't help but laugh. Yo, so many familiar faces. In the blink of an eye, Tang Jun understood what had happened. Almost 70% of the people here had dealt with him before. At that time, he was the elder of the unparalleled island. Chu Xin only grasped the general direction and didn't care about the specifics. He was naturally in charge of the operation of the unparalleled island, so he had naturally interacted with many merchants. If the prosperity of the unparalleled island could continue, he wouldn't be able to see these people now. But the unparalleled island had declined, so the merchants naturally withdrew from the unparalleled island. They didn't have a suitable target in a short period of time. Suddenly, the three-world island appeared, so they all rushed here. Understanding this, Tang Jun suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction as if he had taken revenge. Not only was Chu Xin furious when the unparalleled island was taken away, but Tang Jun was also furious. He had spent as much effort on the unparalleled island as Chu Xin. At that time, he was even determined to fight to the death on the unparalleled island. But the weak couldn't win against the strong. After the unparalleled island was lost, he He was seriously injured and was taken to the carbell industry by Chu Xin to recuperate until Lu Yi returned. As time passed, the three-world island rose and the unparalleled island declined. The merchants who had been taken away back then reappeared in front of him. Now he really wanted to see the expressions of the people from the Tianyan world. But after thinking about it, he would definitely be beaten up if he really went, so he decided not to. Moreover, his current identity was the external affairs elder of the three-world island. He wasn't registered and didn't participate in the attack and defense of the spiritual island. He was only responsible for the daily management of the external affairs of the spiritual island. Sit, everyone sit. Tang Jun walked to the main seat and sat down. Then he stretched out his hand and gestured. Everyone sat down. Tang Xiaoya walked in from outside the main hall and personally served tea to her Laozu. Then she stood quietly at the side and waited respectfully. Her face was filled with pride. Under everyone's gaze, Tang Jun slowly took a sip of tea. Then he put down the teacup and said slowly, "I already know the purpose of everyone's visit. I'm sure you all have seen the plans of the three-world island. Initially, we wanted to turn the three-world island into a commercial spiritual island. Previously, some things happened. Everyone knows about it, so I won't go into detail. However, from now on, the three-world island will have a bright future. Although the three-world island isn't as rich as the unparalleled island, in terms of size, the unparalleled island isn't as big as the three-world island. Therefore, everyone, don't worry. If you dare to come to the three-world island, I'll scold you." Some people laughed softly while others frowned. The more old Tang described the future of the three-world island, the higher the price one had to pay to enter the three-world island. "May I ask, who was the first to arrive?" Tang Jun looked around. Everyone's gazes shifted to an old man. With so many cultivators looking at him, the old man seemed a little reserved. He stood up and said, "Elder Tang, it's me." Tang Jun glanced at him and smiled. "Lu Wang of the Sand Garden, right? I remember you." Lu Wang was a little surprised and flattered. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Tang. I'm honored." He didn't expect Tang Jun to remember him. Although he did meet Tang Jun at the unparalleled island, it was only that one time. The three-world island needs honest merchants in the future. You did well at the unparalleled island. Also, let me tell you a piece of good news. Please tell me, Elder. Lu Wang was still reserved. After the Battle of Baiyu, the Yu Yao garrison of the three-world island made a decision to give a discount on rent to the first merchant to set up shop on the three-world island. So, congratulations, fellow cultivator Lu. You can choose any shop on the three-world island as you wish. The faction behind you will enjoy a 50% discount on rent for 20 years. Lu Wang was dumbfounded. The cultivators in the hall were also dumbfounded. After a long while, Lu Wang regained his senses. He still couldn't believe it. Is what Elder Tang said true? Tang Jun looked at him with a smile. "I'm here on behalf of the three-world island. Why would I joke with you? Any shop? Even if it's the best and biggest one?" Lu Wang asked. "Yes." Tang Jun nodded. "If you want the best and biggest one, I suggest you go near the Rainbow Chamber of Commerce. It will be very lively there." The Rainbow Chamber of Commerce's location was at the center of the business district. The prosperity of this district would spread outwards with the Rainbow Chamber of Commerce as the center. It could be said that any merchant with a bit of strength would try to be as close to the Rainbow Chamber of Commerce as possible when choosing a shop. Lu Wang didn't know what to say. Actually, he didn't have many extravagant demands. He just wanted to have a suitable shop on the three-world island. Selling things was secondary. Most importantly, he wanted to have the right to stay on the three-world island for a long time so that his two disciples could cultivate easily. Who knew that such a good thing would suddenly happen to him? And Tang Jun even gave him a very considerate suggestion. More importantly, 50% off rent for 20 years. This was equivalent to saving them a large amount of spiritual jades. It was also equivalent to the three-world island giving them a large amount of spiritual jades. Lu Wang was stunned by this pleasant surprise. The other cultivators were extremely vexed. If they had known that the three-world island would make such a decision, they would have been the first to come. In the end, because they were one step behind Lu Wang, he took the lead. At that moment, many people looked at Lu Wang with envy. Tang Jun spoke again. "Who's the second shop?" With the previous example, Heavenly Eagle Hua Chong immediately stood up. He had a nervous but fawning smile on his face. "It's me, Elder Tang." Old Tang glanced at him. "And the force behind you has the second right to choose a shop. You can enjoy 30% off rent for 10 years. Hua Chong was overjoyed. His smile almost reached his ears. "Many thanks, Elder Tang. Many thanks to the guards of the three-world island. I, Heavenly Eagle, will definitely manage it well. Sincerity is our foundation, and trust our words. We will definitely not bring any trouble to the three-world island." Old Tang was very satisfied with this display of loyalty. He spoke again. "Who's the third shop?" Golden Will Su Yuhan had been waiting for this moment. He suddenly stood up and reported his name. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he said, "Greetings, Elder Tang." Old Tang said, "You have the third shop. You can enjoy 20% off rent for 5 years. Yes, Su Yuhan was overjoyed. Although the discount was much less than Lu Wang's shop, it was still a discount. Moreover, he could clearly see that Lu Wang's background was not strong. Even if he had the right to choose a shop first, he could only choose a limited location. He couldn't take over the area near the Rainbow Chamber of Commerce. Although Heavenly Eagle Huichang's side was stronger than Lu Wang's, there was a limit to it. Therefore, even if he was the third shop, there was a high probability that he would be able to choose the best shop. As expected, good things had to be done quickly. Otherwise, even if he ate shit, he wouldn't be able to catch up. In the main hall, Old Tang's words warmed up the atmosphere. End of chapter. Chapter 1760. Although there would no longer be any discounts on rent, Tang Jun had promised the cultivators present that within 5 days, everyone would be able to choose their own location on the three-world island. This caused the merchants who had made their decision to look forward to it. Many of the cultivators who had only come to check out the situation were influenced and decided to move to the three-world island. The news quickly spread. Coupled with the arrival of the Rainbow Merchant Guild and Che Lingjie, countless cultivators from all over the Wanxiang Sea rushed to the three-world island. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the rise of the three-world island was unstoppable. The arrival of the Rainbow Merchant Guild could only improve the situation of the three-world island, but it couldn't completely change the situation. However, the arrival of Che Lingjie had a decisive effect. These merchants didn't dare to move to the three-world island before because they were afraid of Yuan Du. However, Che Lingjie had Jian behind her. If the three-world island formed a relationship with Che Lingjie, why would they be afraid of Yuan Du? The various discounts given to the first 3 merchants who chose to move to the three-world island wasn't actually discussed by the Yu Yao of the three-world island. It was Old Tang's decision. He understood that the three-world island had only attracted a few small merchants. Although there were many of them, they didn't have a strong foundation. Small merchants were indispensable, but large merchants were also needed. Old Tang wanted to use this opportunity to promote the three-world island. As long as the three-world island was lively enough, there was no need to worry about the large merchants not moving in. One had to admit that his decision was very wise. After the first batch of cultivators entered the three-world island, more and more cultivators arrived in just half a day. The business district of the three-world island became extremely lively. At the port, He Baichuan was personally in charge of receiving the merchants. He also sent some of the island's cultivators to lead the merchants into the island to check out the details. Under such an atmosphere, The large merchants who received the news could no longer sit still. They could see the bright future of Three World Island. Before, they hadn't done anything because they were giving Yuan due face. But now, with the actions of Three World Island and the arrival of many small businesses, Yuan Du's face had been trampled to the ground and torn to shreds. These large merchants naturally couldn't hold back. The location of the Three World Island was the best. The largest piece of land had already been taken by the Rainbow Merchant Guild. They wanted to ensure their future profits on the Three World Island, so they had to enter as soon as possible. Only then could they choose a better location. Half a day later, the first big merchant finally arrived, followed by the second and the third. As usual, Tang Jun was the one to receive them. In the discussion hall, old Tang even specially pulled Chu Xin over to accompany him. Seeing was believing. Although there were rumors that Che Ling realm cultivators had entered the Three World Island, before he saw it with his own eyes, whether this news was accurate or not still needed to be verified. Therefore, Chu Shen's appearance was necessary. He didn't have to do anything, he just had to sit at the side. Moreover, when Chu Shen was building Matchless Island, he had interacted with the people in charge of these large factions, so he was not unfamiliar with many of them. After chatting for a while, they were even more certain of Che Ling Jie's position. They were even more optimistic about the future of Three World Island. Nearly 90% of the people in charge of large businesses immediately decided to move to Three World Island. In just a short period of time, the Three World Island that no one was interested in before suddenly became a hot topic in the 10,000 phenomenon ocean, attracting the attention of countless cultivators. A few days later, a large number of merchants moved in to repair their shops and prepare goods. The Three World Island also announced that in 10 days, the island would be completely open. Cultivators could enter the island to buy and sell goods. Moreover, the Five-Color Merchant Guild would also hold a grand auction on this day, respectfully inviting cultivators from all over to attend. In the 10,000 phenomenon ocean, the most famous merchant guild was undoubtedly the 10,000 Phenomenon Merchant Guild. After all, this was a local merchant guild. No other outsider could compare to it. However, the Five-Color Merchant Guild's reputation was not bad. When the news of the auction spread, it naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. In order to prepare for this auction, the Five-Color Merchant Guild mobilized a lot of rare goods. Moreover, the names of these goods were made into jade scrolls and distributed everywhere to build momentum in advance. Giant Blade Island. During this period of time, the atmosphere on Giant Blade Island was not good. 3 months ago, the Three World Islands army came to Giant Blade Island. Although there was no conflict, Giant Blade Island paid a huge price to force the Three World Island to retreat. They really didn't get to eat the lamb and instead got into trouble. When the news spread, Giant Blade Island became the laughingstock of the entire 10,000 phenomenon ocean. At that time, the Three World Island extorted 20 million spirit jades worth of goods from the Giant Blade Island. Their reserves of spirit jades were almost depleted. During this period of time, the cultivators of Giant Blade Island had to tighten their belts to live. They basically had no spirit jades to use when cultivating. Although they had already sent people back to the local star system to seek material support, it would take at least half a year to go back and forth. In other words, they would have to wait another 3 months for the situation on Giant Blade Island to improve. As the island master of Giant Blade Island, Zhao Yunqi had been blaming himself and vexing these past 3 months. He regretted that he had listened to Yu Huan's enticement and brought people to the Three World Island for a stroll. In the end, this stroll, the losses were too great. He also resented Yu Huan for being useless. How could the Three World Island take down such a big Baiwei Island so easily? If not for the fact that Baiwei Island was so weak, Giant Blade Island would not have been affected. Senior brother. Someone walked in. Zhao Yunqi, who was frowning, looked up and found that it was Mo Hong. The two did not come from the same realm, but they both came from the Giant Blade Galaxy. They had been overseeing the 10,000 Elephant Sea for over 100 years, so their relationship was quite good. "What's wrong?" Zhao Yunqi asked casually. Mo Hong handed over a jade booklet. "The Five-Color Chamber of Commerce is holding an auction. This is the auction jade booklet they sent over. There are some interesting things on it." Zhao Yunqi took it weakly. "There are many interesting things in this world. But where do we have the capital to participate in an auction?" He opened the jade booklet and flipped through it casually. He did see some things that interested him, but when he remembered that he was embarrassingly short of money, he dismissed the idea of joining in the fun. If he saw something good but couldn't buy it, then it was better not to see it. After flipping through it for a while, Zhao Yunqi's expression brightened and he exclaimed, "Top-grade spirit refining pills, 20 bottles!" He tried to open his eyes wide to make sure that he did not see wrong, then looked up at Mo Hong with uncertainty. The latter nodded, indicating that there were indeed 20 bottles. How is this possible? Zhao Yunqi's face was incredulous. Top-grade spirit pills did not have any burden on cultivators. They had almost no pill poison and were extremely effective. Generally speaking, no matter what kind of spirit pill it was, as long as it was of the highest grade, it was something that could only be found by chance. No matter how skilled an alchemist was, they could not refine top-grade spirit pills on their own initiative. Only when they were lucky would 1 or 2 spirit pills appear in a furnace. Therefore, these top-grade spirit pills were usually collected by alchemists and sold only when they had a certain number. For example, the 10,000 Elephant Chamber of Commerce had also auctioned top-grade spirit refining pills, but they had never sold more than 5 bottles at a time. Usually there were only 3 bottles, and sometimes there was only 1 bottle. 20 bottles of top-grade spirit refining pills. What kind of concept was this? Zhao Yunqi felt that if he could get all 20 bottles of top-grade spirit refining pills, he might even have a chance to see the secret of sunshine. After all, at his level of cultivation, if he wanted to have a breakthrough, he would have to cultivate his soul. Unfortunately, he had not made any progress in so many years with his own ability. He had taken some similar spirit pills that could increase the power of his soul, but those things all had pill poison. The more he took, the more obscure his soul would be, and the further he would be from sunshine. Therefore, when he saw that there were 20 bottles of top-grade spirit refining pills in this auction, Zhao Yunqi's lonely heart could not help but become active. After pondering for a moment, he looked up at Mo Hong. "Junior brother, I remember that 50 years ago you obtained a handful of Skyheart sand, right? That thing was very valuable. And Mo Hong had always wanted to find someone to help refine it into a magic weapon. But unfortunately, he could not find the supplementary materials. And Mo Hong immediately became alert. "Senior brother, what do you want to do?" Zhao Yunqi smiled. "Junior brother, we have known each other for many years. We have gone through hardships and trials together. 30 years ago, when you were seriously injured, it was me who took care of you day and night." And Mo Hong's face fell. If he had known this would happen, he would not have brought the jade booklet over. The 5-Color Merchant Guild placed a lot of importance on the auction. This was not only to promote the 3-World Island, it was also to promote the 3-World Islands branch. Hence, as long as the spiritual islands had some reputation, they would send invitations and auction jade brochures to them. For this auction, the 5-Color Merchant Guild had indeed brought over many rare goods. However, what attracted the most cultivators were the 20 bottles of top-grade spirit refining pills. Which late-stage Moon Jade Realm cultivator did not need these things? Which mid-stage spiritual island did not have late-stage Moon Jade Realm cultivators? Generally speaking, these items were rarely put up for sale. This was because their own cultivators had a need for them, not to mention taking out so many at once. Therefore, for many late-stage Moon Jade Realm cultivators who were qualified, this was not just 20 bottles of top-grade spirit refining pills. It was also a chance to strive for sunshine. No one was willing to miss this opportunity. When the Five-Color Merchant Guild distributed the jade booklets, the entire Wanxiangxi was in an uproar. For a time, countless pairs of eyes were focused on the three-world island, waiting for the day when the auction truly began. At the same time, in a bamboo building where the cultivators of the three-world island were stationed, Lu Ye's true body and clone both went to work. His expression was numb as he began to refine the twin chi-linking formation disc. With his current cultivation level, refining this thing was extremely easy. He had plenty of materials. He repeated the process over and over again, and the formation discs were formed one by one. Although the three-world island situation had completely opened up, and as long as they maintained the situation in the future, they would not have to worry about income. However, both Lao Tang and Wan Xiaoa felt that the three-world island should have their own business instead of relying purely on the rent from the shops. Therefore, after a meeting between the Moon Jade Realm cultivators, the three-world island decided to open 2 shops of their own. End of chapter.